A crimson flamingo streaked through the sky. Moments later, Marco descended in a burst of flames, landing before Keyenes with practiced grace. Behind him, Charlotte Katakuri followed, his steps silent and steady. He tossed a battered figure to the ground at Keyenes' feet. It was Trafalgar Law. Keyenes raised an eyebrow. Just one. He looked at the two commanders. Marco, the former 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Katakuri, the undefeated Sweet commander of Big Mom's crew. With their combined strength, capturing both Law and Luffy should have been effortless. I was only assigned to capture this one, Katakuri said coolly, folding his arms. His meaning was clear. Luffy wasn't his responsibility. All eyes shifted to Marco. Keyenes' expression was unreadable, but a flicker of amusement passed through his gaze. Marco scratched his head and waved a hand. Hey, don't look at me like that. It wasn't mercy. Someone intervened. Keyenes' smile was thin. Oh, someone managed to snatch Straw Hat from your hands? And who might that be? Ben Beckman, Marco replied flatly. Keyenes' eyes narrowed sharply. Beckman? The Red Hair Pirates' vice captain. Yeah, Marco confirmed. Him and one other crew member. No full entourage. Just two. That's serious, Katakuri muttered, his voice tense. Keyenes' gaze darkened. So, the Red Hair Pirates are here, too. I didn't see Shanks or the rest of the core crew, Marco said. But Beckman had help. Someone with a spatial-type devil fruit. Keyenes raised an eyebrow. Space. Right. As soon as Beckman appeared, he grabbed Luffy and vanished into another dimension. Nothing I could do about it. Marco's voice was casual, but there was a bitter edge to it. Even Katakuri looked disturbed. Keyenes silently processed the information. A space user? That was rare. Extremely rare. In the New World, devil fruit abilities were everywhere, but true spatial manipulation was almost unheard of. Only Blueno, whom Keyenes had personally killed, possessed something remotely similar with the Dordor fruit. Even the black hole fruit, or tremor fruit, weren't pure space manipulation. 4 red hair pirates to hide such a powerful user until now. Unexpected. He shot a glance at Marco. It wasn't just Beckman's arrival that allowed Luffy to escape. It was also Marco's willingness to look the other way. Keyenes could see it, but he let slide. Luffy was no threat. Law, on the other hand, Keyenes looked down at the unconscious pirate at his feet. Law's op fruit held immense value. It was the final missing piece to a near-perfect life. He already had wealth, power, beauty, influence, armies, and a reputation that echoed across oceans. But there was one prize he hadn't secured: immortality. The op fruit's ultimate technique, the eternal youth operation, could grant it. It was said that even the mysterious figure Im, the sovereign behind the celestial dragons, had lived for centuries thanks to that very operation. The value of Law's life had just surpassed any other on the battlefield. Inside Onigashima, cannons thundered across the island, but the sounds began to thin out as time wore on. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion grew weaker, the rhythm faltering. The tide had turned. By dusk, the battlefield had fallen silent. The last remnants of the beast pirates had been subdued. Keyenes' forces swept across the war-torn land, capturing survivors and gathering the spoils. The war was over. Kaido was dead. His officers were shackled. The beast pirates were finished. At the edge of Wano's waters, a lone pirate ship quietly sailed from Wano's borders. The red-hair pirate's flag billowed in the wind. On the bow stood Shanks. The crimson-haired emperor stared silently into the distance, where the sky was blackened above Onigashima. His expression was cold, contemplative, haunted. He had come to Wano not to fight Kaido, but to stop Keyenes. Shanks understood what many still didn't. If Keyenes succeeded in claiming Kaido's territory, his power would spiral beyond control. No force, marine, revolutionary, or emperor would be able to stop him. But they had arrived too late. Kaido had already moved the battle into the sky, where even Red Hair's elite couldn't intervene without spatial transport. Only one crew member, the mysterious space user, had the power to reach the floating battlefield, and even then, they could only bring 1 or 2 allies. Beckman had gone alone. He hadn't been sent to interfere, only to observe, and, as fate would have it, to rescue the battered straw hat in passing. But even that had nearly cost him his life. Keyenes' ranged hockey-infused attack had grazed them as they escaped, a narrow miss, a warning. "Shanks," Beckman approached from behind, cigarette glowing faintly. "What's the plan?" The redhead didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained locked on the island in the distance. Eventually, he exhaled slowly. "We hide." Beckman raised a brow. "We can't fight him now," Shanks admitted. "Not alone. Not directly." He turned to his crew, his voice firm. "No more public appearances. Scatter and vanish. Lay low until the time is right." Beckman exhaled smoke. "You think he'll come for us next?" "I know he will," Shanks said darkly. "Now that he's consumed Kaido's territory with a next target." Behind him, his veteran crew, men who had stood atop the world for years, listened in grim silence. To flee before the war had even been declared. For proud warriors like them, this was a wound deeper than any sword could deliver. But they knew this was no longer the world they once ruled. This was the age of Keyenes, and the storm had only just begun. New world, Wano country. Above the ocean, the once floating island of Onigashima descended slowly from the sky, settling once more upon the sea. The battle was over. Inside the grand palace atop the island, Keyenes now sat upon Kaido's former throne. His senior commander stood at his flanks, Enel, Shiryu, Katakuri, and Marco among them. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of victory. Two figures knelt in chains before him. One was Yamato, Kaido's daughter, fierce, defiant, and bound in sea-stone shackles. The other was the pitiful Kurizumi Orochi, still alive by sheer luck and accursed ability, sobbing at Keyenes' feet. "Who the hell are you? Let me go," Yamato snarled, thrashing against her bonds, but the sea-stone left her powerless. She hadn't even seen the final moments of her father. On her way to join the Red Scabbards and Luffy, she had run into Aokiji and been swiftly defeated. When she woke, she was here, captured and humiliated. Orochi, meanwhile, had already thrown away all dignity. Once the shogun of Wano, now he lay trembling, weeping, and pleading for his life. Keyenes' cold eyes drifted toward him. "Kinemon," he said calmly, "this one's yours. Handle it." "Thank you, Lord Keyenes." Kinemon stepped forward with a deep bow, his voice steady but seething with restrained rage. He grabbed Orochi by the collar and dragged him from the hall. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and the other scabbards followed. Kaido may have been the monster that ruled Wano, but Orochi was the architect of its fall, the man who betrayed the Kozuki, stole the throne, and cowered behind Kaido's might. Now Kaido was dead, and Orochi would pay in full. Keyenes turned his gaze to Yamato. Despite being Kaido's daughter, she was no ally of her father. Powerful enough to rival an admiral, her strength was undeniable. And in Keyenes' hands, she was an asset worth taming. "Kaido is dead. Wano is mine now," Keyenes said bluntly. "Yamato, will you serve under me?" The words were direct, unapologetic. There was no room for diplomacy in conquest. To everyone's surprise, Yamato blinked, not in fury or grief, but in relief. "That stubborn old gorilla's finally dead?" she asked, stunned. Then, smiling good, "Serve him right." Her reaction baffled the room. Shiryu, Enel, and the others exchanged glances. Even Keyenes raised an eyebrow. "I take it you weren't close," he said flatly. "He locked me in a cave as a child and blew me up when I tried to escape." Yamato said cheerfully, "I'm not mourning." She leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "Will you open Wano's borders?" "Yes," Keyenes nodded. "The age of isolation ends now." "Then I'll serve," Yamato said without hesitation. "I've always wanted to see the world." Keyenes gave a short laugh. "Untie her." A nearby pirate stepped forward and released the sea-stone shackles. Just then, the great hall's doors creaked open. Denjiro entered, leading a graceful woman in an elegant kimono. "Lord Keyenes," he announced, bowing, "this is Lady Hiyori, daughter of Kozuki Oden." Keyenes nodded, recognizing her instantly. It's no small feat surviving 20 years in Kaido's Wano. Hiyori smiled softly. Without Denjiro's protection, I wouldn't have made it this far. No need for formalities, Keyenes said. Denjiro's surely told you the situation. He leaned back on the throne. Kaido is dead. Wano now belongs to me. The scabbards have pledged their loyalty, and the nation will be absorbed into the Karo Empire. He paused. But you, as the last living heir of the Kozuki clan, are the key to unifying Wano. Speak, Lady Hiyori, will you stand with me? The hall fell silent. Everyone waited for her reply. Hiyori lifted her head, eyes calm and resolute. If you will protect Wano and ensure its future prosperity, then I, Kozuki Hiyori, entrust its fate to you. She knelt. In the name of the Kozuki clan, I recognize your rule, Lord Keyenes. Keyenes gave a small nod. Good. You may go. Denjiro and Hiyori performed a final bow and exited the chamber. After securing Wano's heart and symbol, only one task remained: handling the remnants of the beast pirates. More than 20,000 pirates had followed Kaido into battle. Over 7,000 perished. The rest had surrendered and been rounded up. Keyenes turned to Enel. How many prisoners remain? Just over 13,000, Enel replied. Hardened veterans of the New World. With them under our banner, the Karo Empire's strength grows substantially. Keyenes nodded in approval. And what about Kaido's commanders? The heavyweights, King, Queen, and the Flying Six, they're all captured. King and Queen are awake, but the others are still unconscious. They surrendered? Enel's expression twisted. No, they're still resisting. Stubborn bastards. He clenched his fist, a crackle of electricity dancing between his fingers. They'd rather die than serve. Keyenes' expression didn't change, but his voice dropped into a colder register. Then perhaps we show them death is the only other option.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
We should just kill a guy like this. Shiryu of Rain bit his cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. It's a pity to kill them. Although those two guys are not very good, they can still come in handy. Bullet said with his arms crossed. Then give them a few more days. Keyenes sat back in his chair and said calmly, It's the end of the Wanakuni incident. And when the Wanakuni incident subsides, if they're still stubborn, send them on their way. Understood. Enel nodded, showing a bloodthirsty sneer. After a series of events were settled, Enel and others all left the hall, leaving only Keyenes in the hall. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! It was detected that the host beheaded Kaido of the beasts, destroyed the beast pirates, and won the final victory of the war. The Imperial battle mission has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Ding! It was detected that the host subdued the Wanakuni warriors and occupied Wanakuni. The subjugation task has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? The electronic sound of the system is continuous, indicating that two tasks have been completed at the same time. Receive. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the Imperial battle mission and obtained 2 slaughter puppets and 1 top devil fruit. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the task of subjugation and can share an ability to the killing puppets. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. At the end of the electronic sound, 2 killing puppets appeared out of thin air in front of Keyenes, and a devil fruit appeared in Keyenes' hands. This devil fruit is also easy to recognize. It is Kaido's fish and fish fruit in the form of a blue dragon. At the same time, the electronic sound of the system also sounded again. Host can share an ability to killing puppets and select the target to killing puppets designated by host. The meaning is easy to understand. After Keyenes gets this reward, he will be able to get new abilities. In fact, Keyenes has the same ability as Black Hole Fruit, which is enough. The Black Hole Fruit gives Keyenes powerful attack power, absorbs damage equal to defense power, can fly, move fast, and can control gravity and gravity through the Black Hole Gravity variant, which can be said to be very versatile. Keyenes could even delve in space if he wants, but it was a little troublesome after he tried and not worth the effort he put in. Anyway, this ability alone is enough to put Keyenes on top of the world. Keyenes never intended to be a dual fruit person. It's just that Keyenes will not refuse it when it comes to the door, and quickly chooses the ability he wants. Keyenes raised his hand and waved, and a black hole appeared in front of him, from which 3 killing puppets appeared. These 3 are the Shining Golem, the Magma Golem, and the Dark Golem, which are Keyenes' hidden killers and are used to deal with world government. If you add the 2 killing golems obtained from beheading Kaido, Keyenes has 5 killing golems. Keyenes flipped his left hand, and the soul fruit appeared in the palm of his hand. With the Azure Dragon fruit in his right hand, the abilities of the 2 Four Emperors are all in his hands. With the control of Keyenes, the 2 devil fruits automatically flew up and landed in the hands of the 2 killing puppets. As the puppet eats the devil fruit, new soul fruit powers and blue dragon fruit powers are born. Soul puppet, Azure Dragon puppet, plus the original Flash puppet, Magma puppet, and Dark puppet. The moment these 5 big killers appeared in front of the world, they would definitely shock the whole world. And these 5 big killers were prepared by Keyenes for the 5 elders who ruled the world government. Keyenes has never seen the 5 elders take a shot and doesn't know their specific strength. But Keyenes always prepared for the worst. So Keyenes has always looked at the 5 elders as 5 admiral-level opponents. Now, 5 on 5, the lineup and number are not weaker than world government. Only with such a lineup can we be sure of winning when we go to war in the future. Keyenes snapped his fingers, and the 5 killing puppets simultaneously walked into the black hole and disappeared. Then, Keyenes stretched out his left arm, black smoke rising from his palm, haunting the power of darkness. The ability of the black hole fruit is very comprehensive, and there is no shortage of attack power, defense power, speed, and flight. So magma abilities, flash abilities, or whatever, are of no use to Keyenes. The only thing that comes in handy is dark fruit. Dark fruit can suppress devil fruit's ability, nullifying the ability of the person with the ability. With this ability, Keyenes has a huge advantage against demon fruit power. It can also be regarded as a bit of enhancement of Keyenes' combat power. At the state where Keyenes is now, it is difficult to increase his strength. Now this ability is just the icing on the cake. Just as Keyenes was getting acquainted with the power of the dark fruit, the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. Blue, 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 blue. Keyenes answers the phone bug, and the snail takes on the shape of Alpha. Your Majesty Keyenes, I have checked. Red hair pirates did come to Wano Kuni, but left immediately. Alpha's voice came from the opposite side. Did you check the direction in which they left? Keyenes asked. Sorry, they quit Wano Kuni at the end of the war. It was too late for us to track them down, and their whereabouts are nowhere to be found. Keyenes was expressionless, thought for a moment, and said coldly, Go on. All the eyeliners outside the Carlo Empire will pay full attention to the movements and traces of the red hair pirates, and report to me as soon as there is any news. Yes, Captain Keyenes. The call ended, and Keyenes hung up the bug. He looked forward, but the pupils of his eyes were out of focus. Today, the Bigman pirates and the Beast pirates have all been wiped out. The New World Four Emperors are left with only Keyenes and the Redhead. With the Redhead's wit and vision, he certainly knew Keyenes' next target was him. By now, the Redhead must have been on the move to deal with a possible attack from Keyenes. Among the Four Emperors, the one that Keyenes can't see through is red hair. This man's behavior is often unexpected, making it impossible to guess what his real purpose is. Don't look at Shanks with a broken hand. He is just an ordinary human, with no special monster physique and no devil fruit ability. But his strength is definitely not inferior to any Four Emperors. Redhead's strongest power lies in his Conqueror's Haki. As Roger's chosen heir, the red-haired Conqueror's Haki is almost as qualified as Roger. Of course, Kane's Conqueror's Haki has also cultivated to the peak, no weaker than the Redhead. But the point is the Redhead's engagement with world government. According to the intelligence collected by Keyenes after Keyenes defeated the Bigman pirates, the Red Hair had secretly contacted the world government. The Redhead and the Five Elders' secret talks are unknown, but Keyenes guesses that they must have worked together. Judging from the Redhead's behavior, he is likely to choose to join forces with World Conquer in the future. Of course, Red Hair Pirates Keyenes is not afraid, but the power of Red Hair Pirates and World Conquer is too great. With the current strength of the Carlo Empire, Keyenes is not 100% sure that he can completely defeat them. Don't think it's impossible for pirates to join forces with Marine or world government. It's not the first time this has happened. The first person to do such a thing was the deceased One Piece Roger. Decades ago, the Rocks launched an all-out war against the Island of the Gods in an attempt to defeat world government and become king of the world. The strength of Marine alone could not compete with the Rocks, and it was Roger who came to the aid and joined forces with Marine to defeat the Rocks pirate. Shanks inherited the will of Roger One Piece, and it is not surprising that he made the same decision. Keyenes had a vague feeling that this time the Red Hair Pirates escaped Wanakuni, and it would be difficult to deal with him again. With the current power gap between the two sides, the Red Hair Pirates will never go head-to-head with Keyenes. Even if Keyenes wanted to fight, he might not be able to find someone. New World, Wanakuni Ghost Island. In a dark prison, the air is dark, and there is not a trace of sunlight. In a corner that is hard to see with the naked eye, there is a man sitting cross-legged. His hands and feet were locked by sea-stone handcuffs, and his body was also wrapped around several times by sea-stone chains. The whole person was disheveled. Blood dripped from time to time on his face. His appearance was embarrassed. His breath was weak, and it was extremely miserable. This person is the strongest disaster of the Beast Pirates, the fire disaster. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the cell. Immediately afterwards, the cell door was opened. Slowly looking up, his mask has long disappeared. Through the scattered hair, I could see the face of the person who came. "Did you come to kill me?" he asked in a low voice. His voice was smooth and did not fluctuate, and there was no emotion in it. Yen is one of those people who stand at the top of the world and will not be afraid of death. In the face of death, he is very calm. Keyenes shook his head and smiled. "You still don't want to surrender? Kaido is already dead. Even if he dies, he is my captain." "Really? But if you die, the Lenalia race will be completely wiped out." Keyenes quipped. "Are you really willing?" The Lenalia race is the race where he belongs. People of this race can produce flames on their bodies and can survive in various environmental conditions in nature. A long time ago, there was a kingdom of gods above the red line, and the Lenalia people living in this kingdom of gods were called gods by people. After that, celestial dragons took a fancy to the Red Earth Road, so they went to war with the Lenalia clan to fight for the right to live on the red, above. In the end, of course, the celestial dragons took the final victory. The defeated Lenalia were slaughtered wantonly by the celestial dragons and almost wiped out. It can be said that the Fire Calamity Smoke is the only remaining Lunaria clan in the world. This is also the reason why the Four Emperors Ant is so good. Big Mom doesn't have a complete collection of 3 races, and the Lenalia is one of them. Hearing Keyenes mentioning the Lenalia tribe, Chi's mood obviously began to fluctuate, and his breath was no longer flat. Everyone has a weakness, and Jin's weakness is his clan. "What do you want to say?" Yen Calamity raised his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Keyenes. Keyenes smiled lightly. As the only surviving member of the Lunaria clan, revive the race and avenge the clan. That's what you should do, right? Your enemy should not be me, but the celestial dragons who will destroy you. Kaido can't give you that kind of power, nor can you achieve your ambitions. Only I can do it. If you die, the Lunaria will be completely wiped out, and the revenge of the genocide will no longer be avenged. Remember, when a person dies, there is nothing left. Jin's complexion became ashen, gloomy, and dripping with water. Then he said the last sentence. "Let's go, you. I won't take refuge in you, and I will die as soon as possible." After speaking, Chi closed his eyes and didn't say a word again. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly, not angry, but looking forward to it. He knew that his previous words had shaken Yan's heart. Today's Chi, there is no mortal heart. He was shaken, and Jin's shake is an opportunity for Keyenes. Flame Calamity Smoke is undoubtedly a very powerful combat force, and it is also a leader in the Quasi-Admiral level. It can be said that it is not inferior to the Momosaji and T veins in Marine. With such a powerful force, Keyenes caught the weakness, and Keyenes was really reluctant to kill him. With one last look at Silent Chi, Keyenes left the cell. He knew that he was only one step away from completely subduing this monster. After leaving the cell, Keyenes went to the cell opposite. The people in this cell are officially plagued by Quinn. Just like Jin, Keyenes was covered in bruises and blood at the moment. These injuries are not all left during the war, but more are left by torture these days. Enel and Shiryu Rain are both in charge of guarding the cells, and they are both short-tempered. Chi and Quinn, who would rather die, are constantly tormented by Enel and Shiryu of the Rain. Pandemic Quinn, I heard that you are a very strong scientist? Keyenes asked flatly. Oh, of course. Quinn gave a low smile. Ben's scientific ability is much stronger than Germa's. For this, Keyenes did not deny it, because he had seen it with his own eyes. Quinn himself is a transforming person. He transforms his body and makes it combine with devil fruit to exert more powerful power. Not only that, but Quinn has the abilities of Germa Judge and all of his children. Based on this alone, there are few scientists in the world who can surpass Quinn. And it is precisely because of this that Keyenes wants to conquer Quinn. Technology is power. Quinn not only has Grandmaster technology, but also is good at making various weapons of war. If he and Judge join forces, the technological power that Keyenes can control will double or even multiply. In that case, do you want to be my subordinate? You and Judge are old friends anyway. Keyenes joked. As long as you trust me, you can research technology at will. And you can also compete with Germa's technology. As you can guess, it won't be long before I officially declare war with Marine and world government. The war at that time will spread to the whole world, far beyond the war between the Karo Empire and the Beast Pirates. If your researcher develops a powerful weapon that can defeat Marine's weapon on the battlefield, you will prove that you are the world's #1 scientist. You must know that it is not Germa who has the strongest science in the world, but the conquest of the world. Ha! Do you want me to rely on you just like that? Stop dreaming. Quinn laughed. Don't underestimate me. Keyenes, my uncle has a backbone too. Although I'm fat, my whole body is full of muscles, and my whole body is full of backbone. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly and waved. I saw a person walking again outside the cell, and it was Judge, the leader of Germa. Long time no see, Quinn. Judge folded his arms and looked at Quinn with a serious look on his face. I didn't expect to see you again. You would be so embarrassed. You are already a prisoner. You bastard is still so disgusting. Quinn's face darkened when she saw Judge. Quinn also belonged to the illegal research group MADS and was one of the members of the MADS group. He was a colleague with Vinsmoke Judge and naturally knew Judge. After leaving MADS, Quinn joined the Beast Pirates and became the big board of the Beast Pirates. Judge, I'll leave him to you. Keyenes left a sentence, turned, and left the cell. Sometimes, to persuade surrender, it is only certain that an acquaintance will act. Keyenes could sense that Quinn wasn't quite as stubborn and determined to die. Like Jin, Quinn's combat power and ability are not weak, and Keyenes naturally wants to conquer. Of course, it doesn't hurt if it fails in the end. No more than one corpse at most. In just a few days, the entire Wanakoni has been completely dominated by Keyenes. The 5,000 warriors of Wanakoni, plus the 13,000 remnants of the Beast Pirates who surrendered, gave Keyenes another 18,000 men. These 18,000 people are not ordinary people, and all of them have good combat power. After this battle, the strength of the Carlo Empire Kingdom has rise. Wanakoni, Ghost Island Palace. Keyenes was sitting alone, and the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and the snail turned into a golden emperor. When Keyenes attacked Kaido, the golden emperor Tetsolo was in charge of guarding the lair of the Kalo Empire. It's me, what's the matter? Keyenes asked. Celestial dragons are coming to New World. The voice of the golden emperor came from the opposite side. There are still idiots who are not afraid of death and dare to come to New World. Keyenes smiled in surprise. After Keyenes defeated naval headquarters more than a year ago, Marine quit New World in its entirety. Since then, celestial dragons, who claim to be world nobles, naturally dare not enter the New World again. After all, without Marine's protection, celestial dragons' safety cannot be guaranteed. Normally, if you attack celestial dragons, then Marine will send an admiral. But in today's New World, Keyenes has the final say, and even Marine Admiral would not dare to come in casually. Check it out. How many celestial dragons are there? Keyenes asked. The specific number is unknown, but through remote monitoring, there are at least 4. The Golden Emperor responded. Get the boat out of the way. Keyenes said calmly. By the way, remember to catch a few celestial dragons alive. They'll be useful. Understood. I will personally lead someone to do it. The Golden Emperor was once a slave of celestial dragons when he was young, and his favorite woman also died in the hands of celestial dragons, so he had a deep hatred for celestial dragons. This time he has the opportunity to take revenge. Of course, he will not let it go. Then I'll wait for your good news. With that, Keyenes hung up the phone book. At the same time, Keyenes suddenly had a good idea. He was worried that there was no way to soften Chi, and the arrival of celestial dragons was a good opportunity. Celestial dragons wiped out the smoke race, and Chi had genocide. If Keyenes gave the celestial dragons his life, he'd be happy to accept it. Sometimes, if you want to conquer a person, you need not only cruel means, but also sincerity. Just as Marco couldn't turn down Blackbeard's head, he couldn't turn down celestial dragons' heads. Making up his mind, Keyenes dialed Enel's number. Blue, 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 blue. After the phone worm rang a few times, it turned into the appearance of Enel. Anything to do with me? Captain Keyenes. Enel's voice came from the opposite side. There is something for you to do. Keyenes told Enel about the celestial dragons. You're fast. Go and bring back a few celestial dragons. They'll be useful. Yaha, leave it to me, Captain Keyenes. Enel burst out laughing, looking very interested. I've been wanting to get my hands on these celestial dragons for a long time, but never got the chance. A cowardly and incompetent bastard like this is not worthy of being the god of the world. Enel still remembers what Keyenes told him when he first met celestial dragons. In Enel's eyes, God represents power and is absolutely invincible. Only absolute power can rule the world and claim to be a god. And celestial dragons, who are not even as good as scum, is obviously not qualified to be a god. Enel calls himself a god, and the celestial dragons call themselves gods, on a par with him. In Enel's opinion, this is an insult to him. After finishing the call, Enel turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out of Wanakuni. Enel was very fast and rushed with all his strength. In less than 3 days, he could reach the kingdom of Carlo from Wanakuni. At this time, in a sea area in the New World, the Golden Emperor was leading his men to attack a warship. Tetsolo jumped onto the warship, waved his hand, and the flowing gold formed sharp spikes, turning all the Marine soldiers and CP agents who rushed up into hedgehogs. Several celestial dragons were still arrogant, ordering their Marine soldiers and CP agents to take down the Golden Emperor. Obviously, the situation of the battle is obvious. Marine will lose no doubt, and these celestial dragons are already on the verge of death. But they're still very arrogant and arrogant. They are still so aloof, and they regard all living beings as ants. Lowly pariah, do you dare to take action against the descendants of the Creator? Die, I order you to die for me. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. A total of 6 celestial dragons, while roaring furiously, took out their pistols and fired continuously at the Golden Emperor. However, how could such a pediatric attack hurt the Golden Emperor? The Golden Emperor, with a gloomy expression and a grim laughter, grabbed it with a big hand, and the surrounding gold instantly turned into a tsunami, drowning the 6 celestial dragons and everyone on board. By the time the attack was over, all Marine and CP agents had been wiped out. Only 6 celestial dragons are alive. Of course, this was because of Tetsolo's mercy, otherwise they would have died long ago. Keyenes has given an order. He will keep the celestial dragons alive, and the Golden Emperor can't kill them. Boom! The Golden Emperor made a strong step, jumped, and jumped back to his pirate ship. Behind him, the flowing gold began to riot, instantly shooting out countless sharp spikes, stabbing the warship into the hornet's nest. With a loud noise, the warship exploded to pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. The Golden Emperor threw the 6 unconscious celestial dragons on the deck and said in a low voice, "Set sail and return to the kingdom of Carlo." The order was issued, and the pirate ship quickly left this sea area. No one knows that a major event that is enough to shake the world has happened in this sea today. Someone took a shot at celestial dragons. In this world, celestial dragons are supreme beings. Few dare to take a shot at celestial dragons. But today, the Golden Emperor did. Just because the man standing behind him is John Keyenes, the murderous tyrant, a man who doesn't take world government in his eyes. By the time Naval Headquarters received news of the disappearance of celestial dragons, it was several days later. The whereabouts of the celestial dragons did not need to be reported to Naval Headquarters, and their willfulness often gave Naval Headquarters a headache, so Marine received the news this time too late. What's more, these 6 celestial dragons broke into the New World this time. Naval Headquarters doesn't even need to be checked to know that it must be under the hands of Keyenes. No one but Keyenes has the guts. However, even if he knew who the murderer was, Marine wouldn't dare to send someone into the New World to rescue him. Facing Keyenes, even if the entire Naval Headquarters is dispatched, it will not help. A few days later, Wanakuni, on Ishima Palace. With a flash of lightning, Enel appeared in the hall, and 3 celestial dragons were thrown at Keyenes' feet. The Golden Emperor captured a total of 6 celestial dragons, and before Enel returned to the Karo Empire, he killed 2 of them. Another was being tortured by the Golden Emperor, so Enel only brought back 3. Is this the celestial dragons? Really a bunch of trash. Shiryu of the Rain glanced coldly and knew what kind of a group they were, and their aura was so weak that it was inferior to the 0.9 miscellaneous soldiers under his command. Marco, Katakuri, Badgers, and others also shook their heads disdainfully after seeing celestial dragons. Ironically, the mighty Marine should obey the orders of such a jerk, which is ridiculous. What's the use of bringing back celestial dragons? Everyone still doesn't know why Keyenes wanted to capture celestial dragons alive and kill them directly. Keyenes smiled indifferently. Although it's a few pieces of trash, it can still come in handy. Then, Keyenes grabbed his hand and disappeared into the palace with the celestial dragons. In the darkened cell, King was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. So far, he does not intend to surrender. Suddenly, the cell door was opened, and 3 men were thrown at his feet. King opened his eyes and saw the 3 strange-looking men at a glance. How could he not know the celestial dragons? As the chief culprit that led to the genocide of the Lunaria clan, King always wanted to kill these enemies. "How's it going? This gift isn't bad, isn't it?" Keyenes said quietly. "I heard you like executions a lot. These 3 celestial dragons are just the beginning. If you are willing to rely on me, there will be more to come." With that, Keyenes suddenly drew his knife. Several sword lights lit up in the dark cell, cutting off all the sea stone chains on him. If you think about it, you know what to do. Leaving a word, Keyenes turned and left the cell. Keyenes didn't care about breaking his chains, and even at his peak, he couldn't escape the island. And only the liberation of freedom can make him unable to resist the desire that arises in his heart. As Keyenes expected, he was only a few steps out of the cell, and there was a shrill scream in the cell. King likes execution very much and often tortures prisoners for pleasure. And celestial dragons is undoubtedly the prisoner he most wants to torture. Before leaving, Keyenes glanced at Quinn by the way. Everyone seems to have moved a bit differently, but he didn't surrender. He didn't want to lose face. Presumably, if King surrendered, Quinn would also surrender. At that time, Keyenes will be able to completely subdue these 2 powerful forces. And aside from the 2 of them, the Beast Pirates Volley 6 has already had 4 surrenders. The other 2 have already been killed in the battle. One is Drake, Marine undercover. Keyenes has long known his identity, and naturally he will not be merciful to him. One is Black Maria, a woman over 8 meters tall. Her size was too conspicuous, and she was directly killed by a focus fire attack during the war. Wanakuni, Ghost Island Palace. Keyenes sat on the sofa with red wine. and in front of him sat a bloody, embarrassed man, one of the most evil generation, Trafalgar Law. The three pirate captains who attempted to crusade against Kaido. Kid was beheaded by Keyenes, Luffy was seriously injured and rescued by red hair pirates, and Law was captured alive. Trafalgar Law, I heard that you are very strong and strong. How about you? Would you like to join my command? Keyenes shook the wine glass gently and said calmly. Law looked up at Keyenes and said in a low voice, will the famous killing tyrant still need people like me as subordinates? You have many elites, and the strong are like clouds. What do you want me to do? Keyenes snorted. Of course it's your ability. As soon as these words came out, Law's pupils immediately shrank. Op fruit can achieve the dream of mankind since ancient times, eternal life. Of course I want to have such power. I'm going to disappoint you. I don't have the ability to perform immortality surgery yet. Law smiled disdainfully. Also, I don't want to rely on you either. Now I'm not afraid of death. After all, my wish has been fulfilled, and I have no regrets. After speaking, Law actually showed a smile, which is absolutely calm in the face of death. Law's goal to survive is to defeat Doflamingo. But now, Doflamingo has fallen, his revenge has been avenged, and Law no longer cares about life and death. Back then, when One Piece Roger was executed, he also smiled. Luffy also smiled when faced with death. Now so does Law. Keyenes killed countless people, but Law was the only person who showed a smile before his death. Unfortunately, I was quite optimistic about you originally. Keyenes shook his head, raised his hand, and grabbed it. Dark Uzumaki appeared in his palm, sucking Law into the palm of his hand. This is not the black hole fruit ability, but the dark fruit ability. Click! Keyenes squeezed hard and broke Law's neck. Later, the dark fruit ability acted on Law's body, and Keyenes could clearly feel the special power in Law's body. And he can grab that power with the power of dark fruit. Dark Uzumaki slowly rotated, sucking that special ability out of Law's body. Keyenes flipped his right hand, and an apple appeared in his hand. Subsequently, Keyenes incorporated the ability into apple. I saw an immediate change in the color, shape, and surface of the apple. The originally round apple became a heart-shaped, blood-red surface covered with spiral patterns. A devil fruit was born. This is the Op fruit, worth over 5 billion, with immortal powers. It is true that dark fruit can plunder the abilities of those who are capable. Keyenes has used it for the first time today, and it worked great. Originally, Keyenes wanted to subdue Law and let him perform immortality surgery on himself. But thinking about it now, actually killing him was the right choice. Immortality surgery is very important. After this surgery, the capable person will die. With such an important operation, Keyenes was reluctant to hand it over to someone else. Even if he is his loyal subordinate, he cannot be absolutely trusted. Only by handing it over to the killing puppet can it be guaranteed. Now that the Op fruit is in hand, it is only a matter of time before Keyenes will be immortalized. Glancing at the Op fruit in his hand, a black hole appeared in Keyenes' palm and swallowed the Op fruit. Just then, Keyenes' phone bug rang. Blue, 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 blue. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and the snail turned into Enel. Hey, it's me, what's the matter? Keyenes asked quietly. Those two guys have already agreed to take refuge. Enel's voice came from the opposite side. All the tricks Enel did finally came in handy. King and Quinn, two hardbones, finally agreed to pledge their allegiance to Keyenes. That's good. Let's heal them first. Keyenes said calmly. Then get ready. It's time for us to go back. Yes, I understand. The call ended, and Keyenes hung up the bug. He walked to the window of the main hall, opened the window, and looked at the sea in the distance. His eyes were deep and dark. Crushing the beast pirates, Keyenes lost another enemy. Wano Kuni was closed to news, so news of the war spread slowly. But after these few days of fermentation, presumably today's sea has begun to ride again. The first half of the Grand Line, Marine Ford, Marine Conference Room. Your Excellency Marshal, the life cards of the 6 celestial dragons, including Saint Charvet, Saint Julius of Loravanka, and St. have all been burned, and death can be confirmed. A Marine respectfully reported to Kong, who was sitting in the main seat. Understood, you go back first. Kong waved his hand and said with a sigh, "The disappearance of the 6 celestial dragons has angered the world conqueror 5 elders, and even the naval headquarters has sparked riots." Although Marine was not to blame for the disappearance of the celestial dragons, Marine still had to bear the blame. In order to find the celestial dragons, Kong sent 3 groups of Marines to sneak into the New World to find them. But in the end, they found nothing and lost thousands of Marines. Subsequently, the life cards representing the celestial dragons were burned out one after another, proving that all the celestial dragons had been killed. Kong and the 5 elders all know that the only person who dares to do such a bold thing is the killing tyrant Keyenes. Except for him, no one has such courage and means. Everyone must already know this. In a Marine conference room, Kong looked around at many Marine executives and said, 6 celestial dragons broke into the New World and were killed by Keyenes. Injuring celestial dragons is a serious crime. Marines should have sent troops to avenge, but unfortunately, with Marine's current strength, it is simply impossible to do so. And it's not just for this that this meeting is being held today. As soon as Kong waved his hand, the adjutant behind him put some information in front of many Marine executives. Based on our investigation, Keyenes has destroyed the Beast pirates in Wanakuni. Kaido of the Beast has been beheaded by Keyenes. What? Kaido is dead. How can this be? Many Marine executives were in disbelief. You know, Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, with invincible defense. He was once captured alive by Marine, but they were unable to kill him, and he escaped. It's harder for ordinary people to leave scars on him than to go to heaven, let alone kill him. The news has been confirmed, and there will be no falsehood. Kong put his chin on his hands and said in a deep voice, "What is certain is that Keyenes has the ability to kill Kaido of the Beasts, and he is stronger than he was more than a year ago. Not only that, after the annexation of the Big Mom pirates and the remnants of the Beast pirates, the strength of the Carlo Empire has grown to an unimaginable level. The Holy Land has given orders to fully prepare to prevent Keyenes from invading naval headquarters and the Holy Land, Mariewa. At the same time, build Marine strength at any cost. War will come soon, all of you." Kong stood up, looked around the crowd, and said, "This may be the last battle of the naval headquarters. If won, Keyenes, the world's most brutal criminal, will be completely defeated, and Marine will be able to retake the New World. If you lose, Marine has no future. And what the sea that loses Marine will look like, you must have an idea. At that time, evil will rule the world, and evil will spread to every corner of the world. Everyone, this battle is only allowed to be won, not allowed to lose. Everything is for justice." Kong's impassioned words fell, and many Marine executives all raised their voices and roared, with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. "For justice! My Excellency Marshal, when will Keyenes go to war?" A Marine Vice Admiral asked suddenly. "We also have some guesses about this." Crane Vice Admiral replied instead of Kong. "Based on how often Keyenes has waged wars in the past, he has waged wars almost every 6 months, and this time as well. After the fall of Big Mom and Kaido in the New World, the next target for Keyenes must be the Red Hair Pirates, and after them, it's the naval headquarters. However, there's no guarantee that Keyenes will strike naval headquarters first. In other words, we are running out of time, ranging from half a year to a year, before Keyenes will wage war on naval headquarters. At that time, it will be a war that will affect the whole world, and it will definitely decide the future of this world." Understood. The hearts of many Marine executives lingered, and a sense of urgency arose. At least half a year, as much as a year, it is just a blink of an eye, too short. In fact, neither Kong nor Crane said that Keyenes would probably launch an invasion of naval headquarters in half a year. Since the Red Hair Pirates had secretly partnered with World Conquer, the two decided to join forces against Keyenes. That is to say, Keyenes' next target, he cannot find Red Hair Pirates, and thus he will definitely attack the world government. It's just that this news is too sensational, and many Marines can't accept the cooperation with pirates. So neither Kong nor Crane leaked the secret. So far, the only Marines who know this secret are the 3 admirals and the 2 of them, Not even Marine Hero Garp knows about it. The next day, Naval Headquarters issued the latest bounty order from the Carlo Empire. Killing Tyrant John Keyenes, the world's most brutal criminal, has a bounty of 8.078 billion Baileys. Akiji Kazan, the fallen Marine Admiral, has a bounty of 2.588 billion Baileys. Descendants of the Devil Douglas Bullet, with a bounty of 2.399 billion Bailey. Thor, Enel, has a bounty of 2.133 billion Bailey. Phoenix Marco, with a bounty of 2.049 billion Bailey. Edward Weibel, Whitebeard II, with a bounty of 1.757 billion Baileys. Shiryu of the Rain, with a bounty of 1.659 billion Bailey. Diamond Joes, with a bounty of 1.137 billion Bailey. Foil Bista, with a bounty of 1.166 billion Bailey. Charlotte Katakuri, with a bounty of 1.545 billion Bailey. Charlotte Smoothie, with a bounty of 1.166 billion Bailey. Charlotte Cracker, with a bounty of 1.057 billion Bailey. Golden Emperor Guild Tetsolo, with a bounty of 1.389 billion Baileys. Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates, has a bounty of 1.045 billion Bailey. The Wind Scythe Cavendish, with a bounty of 947 million Bailey. Fighting Champion Gilz's Badgers, with a bounty of 965 million Bailey. The Tyrant mounts the Fire Dragon Leviathan, with a bounty of 740 million Baileys. The captain of the new giant pirates, the Power Giant Helding, has a bounty of 772 million Bailey. The new giant pirate group, the Tyrannosaurus Rex Giant Goldbag, has a bounty of 666 million Bailey. The captain of the Mercury Pirates, Jackie Alpha, has a bounty of 729 million Baileys. J.K. Sacco, captain of the Cryogenic Pirates, has a bounty of 784 million Baileys. The captain of the Corruption Pirates, Pullman Ron, has a bounty of 733 million Baileys. Katie Cullen, captain of the Sonic Pirates, has a bounty of 722.5 million Bailey. The remnants of the Beast Pirates, such as King and Quinn, and the Wanakuni Red Sheath Warriors have not yet come to the Keyenes Pirate in front of the rest of the world, so Marine has not classified them under Keyenes, so there is no bounty for them. It's just because of this battle that the bounty of Keyenes and many of his cadres has increased. Keyenes' bounty has reached 8.0785 billion Bailey, which is unprecedented, and no one has come even near it since the beginning. While Akiji and Bullet's bounties increased, Enel and Marco's bounties finally exceeded 2 billion. In addition, there are 9 powerful battle forces with bounties exceeding 1 billion, including Weibel and Shiryu of the Rain. All the bounties of the Carlo Empire are added together, and the total amount has exceeded 30 billion Bailey. If you add Yamato, King, Quinn, and the Red Sheath Samurai who are not counted, and the 5 killing puppets that Keyenes hides. The current strength of the Carlo Empire Kingdom is comparable to the collection of 3 or even 4 Four Emperors pirates. Even the strongest rocks pirate in the world more than 30 years ago is not as good as the current Carlo Empire. The demise of the Beast Pirates also made the reputation of the Killing Tyrant even more feared and trembling. After the news came out, the countless underground kings of New World were all terrified. Originally, the Four Emperors pirates ruled the sea and stood on all fours. But as Wong knew Oz, today, Keyenes kills Big Mom first, and then Kaido, there is almost a tendency to dominate New World. Everyone knows that the only remaining red hair pirates can't be a match for Keyenes. That is to say, if Keyenes expands further, no 1 or 4s can provide shelter. In the face of Keyenes, unless you surrender, there is only death. Of course, those underground kings who are calling for wind and rain in the underground world are not willing to be subservient to others. But now, they have to make a choice. Because at this moment of their hesitation, Keyenes' army is likely already on the way. The unification of a new world by Keyenes is already the trend, and no one can stop it. Even the Red Hair Pirates, one of the Four Emperors, is nothing but a moth ant with a praying man's arm. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes stood on the balcony with a glass of red wine in his hand, breezy and relaxed. His subordinate cadres have all gone out. After the destruction of the beast pirates, the seas and territories occupied by Kaido were vacant, all waiting for Keyenes to conquer and conquer. Tszz. Suddenly, with a flash of electricity, Enel appeared behind Keyenes. Keyenes didn't look back, but he could sense that Enel was in a bad mood. What? Can't find anyone? Keyenes asked quietly. You guessed it, the red-hair pirates have escaped. Enel picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip and said coldly, the people I sent out to investigate didn't find any sign of the red-hair pirates, nor did they find any members of their garrison on the islands occupied by the red-hair. Red-hair pirates are completely gone. The more he talked, the darker Enel's mood became. He couldn't understand how such a big red-hair pirates could disappear without a trace. The corners of Keyenes' mouth twitched, and he smiled calmly. It's just what I expected. Upon learning that the red-hair pirates had been to Wanakuni, Keyenes concluded that the red-hair pirates would disappear after leaving Wanakuni. He dared to come to Wanakuni because there was Kaido there. He probably wanted to team up with Kaido to take on Keyenes. Now most of them are dead, leaving the red-hair alone and unable to support the war. If he meets Keyenes, he will certainly die. Red-hair pirates are smart people and naturally won't sit still. It's humiliating to flee without a fight, though, and it would ruin the reputation of the red-hair pirates. But that's nothing at all for red-hair pirates. Shanks is a person who doesn't care about face, although his face is indeed useful. When Luffy was a child, Shanks was indifferent to being bullied by bandits, which shows how broad-minded he is. Dodge Keyenes' edge and lose some face in exchange for the life of the red-hair pirates. Smart people like Shanks will naturally choose smart ways. Since the red-hair has retreated, let's take over his territory. Keyenes ordered calmly. Others voluntarily give it up, and we have no reason to refuse. Understood. I have asked my subordinates to do it. Enel nodded. The beast pirates were destroyed. The red-hair pirates fled without a fight, and Keyenes was able to take over the remnants of 2 Four Emperors at once. The red-hair pirates escaped without a fight, and it was the beginning of Keyenes' unification of the New World. As the war in the kingdom of Karo spreads, everyone knows that Keyenes will be the only overlord of the New World soon. While many underground kings in the New World lamented the power of Keyenes, there were also countless people who scolded the cowardice of the red-hair. In their opinion, the behavior of red-hair pirates fleeing without a fight is timid, greedy for life, and fear of death. The newspaper headline of Morgan's was written sharply, and it was a blatant insult to the 4 Emperors' red hair. Killing Tyrant, Keyenes pointed at the red hair of the 4 Emperors, and the red-hair Shanks fled without fighting. The red-hair pirates are so discredited that they dare not fight head-to-head with Keyenes, the terrifying killing tyrant. The weakest 4 Emperors, the red-haired Shanks, flee before the battle, and then smile generously. Killing Tyrant, Keyenes dominates the New World. Red-hair pirates retreat to Grand Line. Red-hair pirates disappeared, suspected of surrendering to seclusion. Red-hair pirates has quietly disbanded in fear of killing the tyrant's name. In short, with the growing popularity of Keyenes' fierce reputation, the name of the red-haired Shanks has been trampled on. All the pirates in the world began to spurn the redhead and flee without a fight. In their opinion, the real powerhouses should all rise to the challenge. Fear of fighting and running away is a low-level behavior, which makes them very condescending. New World, a remote sea area on a desert island. This is where the red-hair pirates are stationed, and the center of the island is full of laughter, apparently having a party. In the banquet center, the red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed out loud. His laughter was the loudest of the crowd. Hey, Captain, your name has been trampled under the soles of your feet. Does it matter? Yeah, Captain, we red-hair pirates have been looked down upon. It's a shame that the story of the captain fleeing without a fight has spread around the world. A group of pirate younger brothers burst out laughing, and everyone was making fun of the red hair. True, none of them were outraged or unhappy with the Morgan's report. At this moment, they were still in the mood to have a banquet and laughed at each other. At Red Hair Pirates, no one took this report to heart. Because Morgan was right, they were really afraid, so they avoided fighting. But they also have confidence in their own strength. They will not shake their pirate hearts because of the words of outsiders. The power of red hair pirates does not need others to admit, and others are not qualified to comment. As long as they themselves know they are strong enough, that's enough. Confidence is a power. This is one of the reasons why the red hair pirates are the most powerful individual soldiers in the Four Emperors Pirates. In the corner next to the banquet, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates sat around the fire, and the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the people from the red hair pirates. Straw Hat's Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and others are still bandaged, and their injuries have not yet healed. Luffy blushed with anger at all the insults against the red-haired Shanks in the newspaper, but there was nothing he could do. That guy, sooner or later, I will knock him out. Luffy put down the newspaper and said with a boxing clap, "Hey, don't be impulsive, Luffy. We're no match for them now." Nami came up to stop it instantly. Thinking of the war not long ago, the weak trio would still shiver with fear. They are too weak for that level of war. I hate to admit it, but Luffy, Miss Nami is right. It's impossible to beat Keyenes with the strength we have now. Sanji shook his head and said helplessly, without getting Germa's battle suit, the bloodline factor in Sanji's body was not awakened. Therefore, Sanji's combat power has not improved too much. In the previous war, he was severely injured by Weibel. If Beckman hadn't rescued him in time, he would be dead now. Ha ha, are you discouraged? Young pirates. Shanks came over with a glass of wine and sat beside Luffy. Long time no see, Luffy. Although I really want to abide by the agreement, it is a pity that we can only meet under such circumstances. No, I didn't keep the promise. Luffy shook his head, then looked at the redhead and said, "Thank you for saving my comrade, Shanks." Aha, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't be so serious. Today is a banquet. Be happy, be happy. Shanks kept slapping Luffy's back, thumping. But after drinking, the red-haired face became serious. You Miss Navigator is right, Luffy. Now you guys, it's too early to meet Keyenes. Shanks looked at Luffy and said, no matter how hard you try to become stronger, you can't beat him in a short time. The strength of that man has reached an unfathomable level. You've played against him, so you should be able to understand. Luffy shuddered, recalling the scene of the fight against Keyenes on Ghost Island. With just one punch, his haki collapsed, his arm was broken, and his internal organs were damaged in multiple places. If it wasn't for the rubber fruit's strong fighting ability, that punch from Keyenes would have directly killed him. By the way, what about Taraman? How's Taraman? Luffy was seriously injured in a coma for a few days, and just woke up today, and has not paid attention to the follow-up of the Ghost Island War. I have no idea. Shanks shook his head. Beckman only saved a few of you, too late to save the others. In the hands of Keyenes, if your friend hadn't taken refuge in him, he probably would have. The red-hair didn't say much, but everyone present knew it. With Keyenes' ruthless means, there is no surrender, only death. That bastard, it's so damn it, I must blow him away. Luffy was indignant, and his face was more serious than ever. It's good to have ambition, and if you can do it, try it. The red hair patted Luffy on the shoulder and said amiably. But in fact, Red found white, and with Luffy's current strength, he wanted to defeat Keyenes, and he was still 108,000 miles away. Shanks walked to the corner and looked at the sea in the distance. His eyes were cold and dark. When the whole world laughed at them for being cowardly, only Shanks knew best what they were going to do next. All-out war will soon break out, and this war will determine the pattern of the entire world and the position of the king of the world. Whether it is the scale, the number of participants, or the tragic degree, it is not comparable to those previous wars. In the 800 years since world government was established, this battle may have been the most tragic. New World, the Kingdom of Giants, Elbaf. Keyenes descended from the sky on the dragon Leviathan and landed on the island. Let the fire dragon Leviathan fly into the sky. Keyenes walks into the forest with Bullet and Marco. Elbaf is indeed the Kingdom of Giants. Everything here is several times, or even dozens of times larger than the outside world. The big trees are astonishingly thick like towers. Soon after, the three of Keyenes walked through the forest and came to a clearing in the forest. There's a village here, and the houses are more than 10 times larger than the outside world. Keyenes saw the giant wandering the village at a glance. Ding! Host triggers the capture mission. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system rang in Keyenes' mind. Please, host, defeat the giant king, conquer the giant kingdom, and merge the giant kingdom into the Carlo Empire. Quest reward: a killing puppet. Specify a shared ability for the killer puppet. Keyenes kept his head down and continued toward the giant village. At the same time, a little giant was running towards Keyenes. Are you a guest from outside? The little giant came to Keyenes and asked curiously. Keyenes could see that this was just a child, but he was already 7 or 8 meters tall, more than twice that of Keyenes. The giants are very warm to outsiders and are almost defenseless. It is not so much that they are careless. It is better to say that this is the confidence brought by absolute strength. Before the rise of the Carlo Empire, the giant kingdom was the most powerful country in the New World. Their strength makes them unafraid of foreign invasion. They are hospitable and can entertain guests from afar with delicious food. It can also be full of anger and use powerful force to crush those enemies who have bad intentions against the kingdom of giants. Keyenes smiled lightly. I'm here to find Gerald the giant. Where is he? Looking for the village chief? Of course he is in the village. Come with me. The little giant led the way for the three of Keyenes to enter the giant village. The 2 giant warriors who were responsible for guarding the gate of the village only glanced at the 3 of Keyenes and did not stop them from entering. Entering the giant village, the giants in it all came out of their homes and looked at the 3 of Keyenes curiously. Elbaf is located very deep in the New World, and few outsiders come. Even if there are human beings who have drifted to Elbaf, they will not dare to land because they are afraid of the fierce name of the giant. So the giants living in Elbaf rarely have the chance to see humans. Are these humans? They're so short and tiny. That's right, it's so short, it's not as high as my waist. Their arms are also very thin, and their strength should be very small, right? Several giant children saw ordinary humans for the first time and were most curious. Eyes wandered over the 3 of Keyenes, whispering to each other. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly sounded. I saw a giant with a beard like a waterfall coming from a distance. It was Gerald, the village chief of this giant village. The giant Gerald is the elder of Elbaf and one of the heroes of the giant clan. He used to be the captain of the original giant soldier pirates and the oldest giant in the giant kingdom, over 400 years old. It can be said that the giant Gerald has witnessed half of the history of the conquest of the world. You are from the Carlo Empire, right? Gerald looked at the 3 of Keyenes and finally focused on Keyenes. The old man knows you, the king of the Carlo Empire, John Keyenes. Helding has already contacted me. The old man knows the purpose of your coming here. It's just that it's not easy to achieve your goals. Helding is the giant captain under Keyenes. He is from the giant village ruled by Gerald and can naturally connect with Gerald. I know, but I never do anything I'm not sure about. Keyenes laughed. Since I'm here, I'm sure of conquering the giant kingdom. Ah, the old man will wait and see. Gerald wasn't angry that Keyenes wanted to rule the giant kingdom. Giants are warlike and worship the strong. If there are strong people who can defeat them, they will naturally be able to rule the giant kingdom. In the past years, there are many human beings who have thought of this idea and implemented it. But in the end, they all failed. Gerald has lived for more than 400 years, and he has seen 5 or 6 people like Keyenes, but in the end, no one has succeeded. Gerald's calmness and indifference at the moment also came from the powerful strength of the giants. Gerald is confident, and Keyenes will be the one to fail. Keyenes flipped it over. A black hole appeared in the palm of his hand, and a huge block of ice emerged from the black hole and floated towards the giant Gerald. I saw what was frozen in the ice, and it was the corpse of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. At the beginning, Keyenes beheaded the 4 emperors' aunt in the imperial battle. Afterwards, Keyenes did not bury it, but let Qing Xiong freeze it. Although this kind of behavior is a bit rude, it does not meet the temperament of the strong. But Big Mom's corpse can come in handy, and Keyenes doesn't mind a faux pas. The grudge between Big Mom and the giant village originated decades ago. When Big Mom was 5 years old, she killed Jorel, another village chief of the giant village, and destroyed the giant village. Jorel is Geralt's friend. Because his friend was killed, Geralt vowed to kill Big Mom to avenge him. Now that Keyenes has sent the head of the 4 emperors' aunt, he can naturally gain the favor of Geralt and the giant village. Decades have passed in the blink of an eye, and now this devil is finally dead. Geralt looked at Big Mom's body and sighed with emotion. Afterwards, Geralt resisted the ice and said to Keyenes, "Come with me. The old man will take you to the town of giants." Giants live in Elba, divided into towns and villages. Geralt is located in a giant village, and only the king of the giant kingdom can decide the future of Elbaf. When the aunt wanted her daughter Lola to marry the giant prince Loki, she wanted to take the giant kingdom for her own use. It's a pity that in the end, Lola ran away from the marriage, making Auntie's calculations in vain. Now, if Keyenes wants to conquer the giant kingdom, he must also pass the royal family level. Led by Geralt, Keyenes came to the very center of the Elbaf. This is where the giant kingdom is located. The huge town is hundreds of times the size of the outer islands, and as far as the eyes can see, there are giants like tall buildings. Across town, Keyenes came to the giant palace. The giant king and Prince Loki, led by many giant elders, have been waiting for a long time. "Ahaha! You are John Keyenes. The old man has already heard of your name." The giant king laughed loudly, his voice booming like thunder. The tan beard fell like a waterfall, shaking with laughter. Keyenes swept his eyes and saw that many elders of the giant clan were like this. To be an elder of the giant clan, you must be at least 200 years old, and his beards are very long. Just like Geralt, he is the oldest elder of the giant clan. Keyenes took a step forward and said calmly, "I've come to Elbaf for a purpose I believe all of you already know. And I know giants respect the strong. So who will be my opponent? Ha ha ha. This old man is here to be your opponent in the first battle." A giant clan elder came out and said loudly, "Go to the arena. The audience is ready." Then, everyone came to the arena. The huge arena was oval in shape, and the surrounding auditorium was already full of giant audiences, all shouting loudly. The giants respect the strong, and they are all warriors in the country. Usually, as long as the arena is open, there will be no empty seats. Not to mention today is the highest level of battle. Even the king and prince are here to watch the battle. In the center of the arena, Keyenes stood calm with his hands in his pockets. Opposite him, a door opened, and the giant elder just now came out from behind the door holding a shield and a long sword. Seeing him appear, the cries of the surrounding giant audience grew louder. "Elder Breeze! Down with him, Elder Breeze! Let human beings see the power of giants." After the cheers ended, the arena suddenly fell silent. With the signal for battle, the giant Briston charged towards Keyenes. The giant crossed more than 10 meters in one step. The footsteps were thunderous, and the ground was shaking. Wagwa! The moment Brisbane shot out, it was the giant sword skill, mighty kingdom, very similar to the 4 emperors' Big Mom. But the power is far less than him. Mighty country is a unique swordsmanship of the giants, and the ant also learned it from the giants. It's just that after the ant learned this trick, combined with her strange strength and physique in hockey, the power has surpassed the original swordsmanship of the giants. Keyenes made a fist with his right hand, emission hockey wrapped around it, and his fist was pitch black. Boom! Keyenes threw a punch, directly smashing the sword chi from Brisbane, and then his figure flashed, and the person had disappeared. Swish! Keyenes appeared out of thin air next to the head of the giant Breeze, and before he could react, his fist was already slammed into his face. Boom! A shock wave of energy pierced through Bress's head and broke out. The powerful force directly shattered Briss' helmet and smashed his face. Accompanied by 2 flying, huge teeth, the giant Briss collapsed suddenly, splashing dust all over the sky when he landed. Keyenes fell from the sky and landed on the ground, and the armament hockey on his fist slowly disappeared. The arena was dead silent, and the countless giants around were all stunned and stared at the scene in front of them, their faces full of disbelief. What did they see? A skinny human, not yet the size of their fist. With just one punch, Bliss, one of the elders of the giant clan, was defeated. After the dead silence, there were deafening cheers. So strong, so strong. Is there actually such a strong human being out there? Look at his thin body. Where does such great strength come from? Countless giants looked at Keyenes with hot eyes. Giants worship the strong, and Keyenes knocked down the giant elder in the arena, only to earn their respect, not hatred in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the powerhouse of a new world, it really lives up to its reputation. The giant king laughed, waved his hand, and the two giants walked into the arena and carried the unconscious Bliss off the field. Afterwards, the four doors to the south, north, and west of the arena opened at the same time, and four more giants walked in. The four giants were fully armed and wrapped in armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Four giants, one with a knife, one with a sword, one with an axe, and one with a shield, can attack and defend, can advance or retreat. And looking at the momentum, these four have obviously fought side by side for many years, and their tacit understanding is also very comparable. Come on, Keyenes said blankly. To this point, he still hasn't drawn his sword. In fact, Keyenes has already used observation hockey to sweep Elbaf. Although this country has many strong, but only the giant king's fighting power is good. The rest of the giants are not even qualified to draw his sword. Kill! Wagwa! The four giants shot at the same time, and the giant sword-wielding giant and the sword-wielding giant simultaneously slashed out giant sword chi and shot at Keyenes, forming a front and back attack. The axe-wielding giant jumped to the top of Keyenes' head, grabbed the giant axe, and slashed down, forming an ultimate move while blocking the escape route above. As for the shield-wielding giants, they observed the field, ready to defend against Keyenes' attacks and support others. Facing the giant sword energy that was pinching back and forth, Keyenes suddenly drew his sword. The blade pierced through the sky, first cutting to the left, then over the top of the head, and finally falling to the right. A half-moon-shaped slash burst out of the sky, rising in size against the storm, and at the same time blocking the ultimate move from three directions. Pin! With a flash of sword light, two giant swords of mighty kingdom shattered, and the axe-wielding giant above his head was also forced back by Keyenes. The next moment, Keyenes flashed and shot towards the shield-wielding giant. The autumn water of the black knife was pitch black, and after leaving a wisp of knife light, it crashed down. Pot! The giant's shield was immediately split in half, and Keyenes' blade hit the giant's chest, knocking him off 100 meters. Blood splattered in the sky. The shield-wielding giant has rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Juris! The other three giants roared in anger when they saw that Keyenes was defeated. Unfortunately, Keyenes won't give them a shot. I saw the ground burst under Keyenes' feet, and the man disappeared with the sound of the explosion. The next moment, the giant axe in the hand of the axe-wielding giant shattered, and the man was hit hard and shot backwards, smashing a big hole in the edge of the arena. The sword-wielding giant and the sword-wielding giant could not find any trace of Keyenes and could only stand back to back, guarding against possible attacks at any time. His speed is too fast. Be careful, he will attack any time. The two giants looked serious and did not dare to be careless. The countless giants around the audience also have hot eyes and look at the situation in the arena with excitement. The power of Keyenes shocked all the giants and opened their eyes. They had never seen a human as powerful as Keyenes, who could so easily defeat the mighty giant warrior that Elbaf was so proud of. Swish! Suddenly, Keyenes appeared above the two giants, raised his hand and grabbed it. The black hole's gravity had erupted. The two giants were pulled into the sky uncontrollably by Keyenes. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. Shinra Tensei! Keyenes slapped his palm, and a dazzling white light erupted from his palm, hitting the chests of the two giants. With a bang, the arena slumped and burst, and the two giants had been driven into the bottom of the pothole, completely losing consciousness. Shinra Tensei. It's not a powerhouse trick, it's just a whim of Keyenes. He's using armament Haki's out-of-body attack. The mighty armament Haki strikes like a wall, enough to crush anything in front of it. Although it is a little different from the original repulsion attack, the destructive power caused is more terrifying than the original. Keyenes raised his hand, grabbed the two giants at the bottom of the pothole, and threw them to the ground. In this way, all four giant warriors were defeated. The giant audience around watching the battle became more and more excited, and the roar was deafening and resounding through the sky. Ah, that's amazing. In the arena's VIP seats, the giant Gerald burst out laughing. The surrounding giants also had different expressions. The giant audience around watching the battle became more and more excited, and the roar was deafening and resounding through the sky. Ah, that's amazing. In the arena's VIP seats, the giant Gerald burst out laughing. The surrounding giants also had different expressions. Hey, Gerald, this is not the time to be happy. Next to Gerald, a brown-bearded giant elder growled loudly. Briss and the others are defeated, and it is our kingdom of giants who is embarrassed. That's right, the glory of the giant kingdom cannot be humiliated. There are grumpy giants who want to get up and play. However, at this moment, the voice of the giant king suddenly sounded. It's useless. None of you are his opponents. Everyone saw the giant king stand up from the throne, take off his gorgeous robes, and reveal the metal armor inside. Under the sunlight, the reflection of the armor was very dazzling. Could it be? Is His Majesty the King going to take action in person? The 9 giant elders were shocked when they saw the giant king's actions. The giants in the audience also became more excited when they saw the king's actions. If he can become the king of the giant kingdom, his strength is of course the strongest. They hadn't seen His Majesty the King personally take action for many years. Just by letting the giant king play in person, today's competitive duel is destined to be included in the history of the giant kingdom. Boom! Everyone saw the giant king jumped out and jumped directly from the VIP seat into the arena. 2 large holes were directly smashed into the hard ground, and the ground around his footprints shattered inch by inch. Amid the cheers of the giants around him, the giant king laughed heartily. Human Keyenes, this king is your opponent. Keyenes looked at the giant king and smiled calmly. Just knock you down, right? The giant king laughed. Yes. The only way to conquer the kingdom of giants is to show great strength. As long as you could defeat this king, Elbaf will obey your orders. But if you lose, you must keep your sword, and this king will store it in the treasure house as a trophy of victory. Want my autumn water? Keyenes smiled playfully. You have a really good eye. Ha! What this king wants is not just a knife, but the honor of defeating you. It's too early to say that you've won, Keyenes said with a deadpan expression. After speaking, Keyenes suddenly pulled out the autumn water from his waist, and his body flashed, and it turned into a black streamer and lazed out. The giant king's pupils shrank, and he quickly slashed down with his sword. Keyenes saw that he was holding the sword in both hands. His palm and the giant sword were pitch black, and he actually used armament Haki. Giants are naturally huge, and their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary humans. But also because of their huge size, their movements are slow, their understanding is not high, and it is very difficult to learn skills. Just like the new giant pirates under Keyenes. Helding and the others have all practiced Haki, but they haven't learned it yet. This giant king is the first giant Keyenes sees using the armament Haki. The giant sword and the black knife Chioshui were facing each other, triggering an invisible shock wave to sweep the 4 directions. The shock wave roared out, setting off a powerful hurricane, making the giants in the auditorium almost unable to open their eyes. What a powerful force! Keyenes felt the great power transmitted from the black sword autumn water, and sighed that the power of the giants was indeed well-deserved. The innate power of the giants was originally terrifying, but now, with armament Haki, the power is simply indescribable. Keyenes felt that even the naval headquarters' elite vice admiral would not dare to take the sword. Once hit, it will be directly smashed into mashed meat. Ha ha! It's really rare for humans to have such power. The giant king laughed heartily and suddenly quickened his sword swing. One after another sword light pierced through the sky and shot out one after another sharp sword energy. Keyenes relied on observation hockey to avoid sword attacks, as if dancing on the tip of a knife. The giant king is not only powerful, but his movements are also very agile, unlike other giants who are slow and slow. Killing and beheading. Keyenes dodged the sword chi and then counterattacked. The pitch-black slash scattered countless sword chi mist, locked onto the giant king's chest, and blasted away. He saw that the giant king flickered, and he actually appeared dozens of meters away, dodging Keyenes' slash. Observation hockey. Keyenes was a little surprised. He did not expect that this giant king would not only be able to use armament hockey, but also observation hockey, and that he had already cultivated it to a very high level. The combination of various means proved that Keyenes' previous perception was correct. This giant king, the overall strength, is really comparable to Marine Admiral. In fact, think about it. If there is no Admiral-level combat power to guard the giant kingdom, how can Elbaf be called the world's most powerful country? Only the giant king is strong enough to resist the threat posed by the Big Mom pirates. Otherwise, with Big Mom's enthusiasm for giants, she would have already led her fleet to break into Elbaf. There is an Admiral-level giant king, and no one in the Big Mom pirates can defeat him except Big Mom. Coupled with Elbaf's strong combat power, although the overall strength is not as good as the Big Mom pirates, the Big Mom pirates also dare not go to war with the Kingdom of Giants. Therefore, the balance can be maintained all the time, and the well water does not violate the river water. However, it's only to this extent. Keyenes was surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. Today, the Marine Admiral-level combat power is no different from an ant in front of him. The gun of Elbaf. The giant king let out a roar and slashed wildly with his swords in both hands. A cylindrical slash burst out of the air and blasted towards Keyenes. Wherever the slash passed, the ground of the arena was directly destroyed and melted, forming a lava ravine. Well done. Keyenes crossed the knife in front, and emission hockey poured out of his body, covering the blade as much as possible, devouring the knife and destroying the dust. Keyenes fell with a knife, and a half-moon-shaped black hole slashed through the air, hitting the giant king's spear of Elbaf. It was extremely powerful, but it didn't have the powerful impact that I imagined. Keyenes' slash contained the twisting and swallowing power of the black hole, which directly decomposed and swallowed the power of Elbaf's spear. The moment the sword light fell, the cylindrical slash was directly divided into two. After that, the slashing and castration continued, hitting the giant king, knocking him out several hundred meters and hitting the edge wall of the arena. Boom! The rubble lashed and the walls collapsed. The giant king sank deep into the wall, and the dust filled it, burying it. His Majesty the King. Is your Majesty the King okay? Father. On the VIP table, Prince Loki and many elders of the giant clan were shocked and shouted. Although they were in a hurry, none of them jumped into the arena to help. Giants revere the glory of battle. In the arena today, the battle is not over as long as one side does not lose consciousness or surrender. If they broke into the arena to rescue, it would be equivalent to tarnishing the glory of the giant king. Boom! In the eyes of countless giants, the giant king moved and stood up from the ruins. Everyone saw a huge crack in the armor on his chest, and blood kept pouring out of the crack. Not only that, but the long sword in his hand also cracked and shattered into hundreds of pieces of scrap iron. The giants around the arena could see that the battle was won by Keyenes. They also did not expect that the strength of this human being is so strong. The elders of the giant clan, who are regarded as idols by countless giants, are not a match for him. Even the strongest giant king in 300 years is no match for Keyenes. Cough, cough, cough. The giant king coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. "This battle is yours, Keyenes." The giant king looked at Keyenes and said in a low voice, "This old man has lived for 327 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a strong human being." Keyenes smiled calmly, put the knife back in its sheath, and said lightly, "Then the agreement between you and me? Don't worry, the old man will keep his promise." "That's good." Keyenes defeated the giant king head-on in the arena, and the king kept his promise, announcing an alliance between Elbaf and the kingdom of Kahlo. Of course, alliances are just rhetoric. Elbaf does not wage war and has nothing to plunder. By forming an alliance with the Carlo Empire, they have no real benefit except to get a powerful ally. Unlike Keyenes, however, his kingdom of Carlo has to expand its territory and wage a full-scale war on marine and world government. At that time, the giants of Elbaf will obey his orders and fight alongside him. In short, after conquering the giant kingdom, the power in the hands of Keyenes ushered in another surge. The giant kingdom is very powerful. A giant king is equivalent to a marine admiral, plus the giant warriors of the giant kingdom. It can be said that in the New World, the strength of his giant kingdom is only behind the 4 emperors' pirates. With the blessing of this power, Keyenes has one more chance of winning against world government. Congratulations to the host for completing the subjugation task. Do you want to receive the reward? In a room in the Kingdom of Giants, the electronic sound of the system played in Keyenes' head. Receive. Ding! It was detected that the host defeated the giant king, conquered the giant kingdom, obtained a killing puppet, and can designate a shared ability to killing puppets. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. The electronic sound ended, and a killing puppet appeared out of nowhere in front of Keyenes. Keyenes raised his hand and flipped, and the op-op fruit appeared in the palm of his hand, which was thrown by Keyenes and fell into the hands of the killing puppet. Killing puppet took the op-op fruit and ate it in one bite without any hesitation. In this way, a new Admiral-class combat force was born. Operation Puppet, or call him the Death Puppet. This is the key to Keyenes' immortality. The Death Puppet has just eaten the op-op fruit, and the ability is not enough to complete the immortality operation. But with sufficient stamina and experience bonuses, the progress of the Death Golem's development of op-op fruit will be very fast. Keyenes believes that it won't be long before he has eternal life. While putting away the Death Golem, Keyenes also gained a new ability through sharing. This time, Keyenes chose the Soul Puppet's Soul Fruit ability. The Soul Fruit ability can collect other people's lifespan to repair injuries, and can also burn one's own lifespan to enhance combat power and repair damage, which is very useful at critical moments. If Keyenes could gain immortality, his lifespan would be infinite. In this case, how strong should the combat power be when using the Soul Fruit to burn lifespan? Big Mom desperately attacked, but only burned 20 years of life. If Keyenes could live forever, he could easily burn for 200 years, or even 2,000 years. At that time, the combat power that erupts will definitely reach an unimaginable level. If he has the ability of awakening black hole fruit, eternal life, plus the soul fruit that can burn life infinitely. All 3 in one. At this moment, Keyenes' heart surged with endless confidence. Even though the king of celestial dragons, has lived for 800 years, with his treacherous methods and infinite power, Keyenes is confident that he can defeat him. If this is the case, Keyenes still loses to Im. They can't blame Keyenes for being weak, only the impermanence of fate. At that time, even if Keyenes loses, he will be convinced. After the trip to Elbaf, Keyenes left the giant kingdom with Marco and Bullet. Bringing the 2 of them this time was just a passing scene, and it didn't come in handy in the end. Above the clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan fluttered and soared, setting off gusts of wind and tearing the sky apart. Keyenes sat on the horn above Leviathan's head, very leisurely. Suddenly, the voice of the phone bug rang. Blue, 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 blue. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and the snail took on the appearance of badgers. "It's me, what's the matter?" Keyenes asked coldly. "Yaha, Captain Keyenes, we've got news of the Buddha fruit. Badger's excited voice came from the opposite side. Kane's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Where?" The Keyenes had defeated naval headquarters, beheading Akainu and Sengoku. After that, Keyenes only recovered lava fruit from Akainu. Sengoku's great Buddha fruit has been missing. Keyenes sent people to search for more than a year, but could not find the whereabouts of the Buddha fruit. After the demon fruit power dies, the devil fruit actually respawns immediately. But its rebirth is irregular. The world is so big, who knows where the Buddha fruit will be reborn? If you're lucky enough to be reborn in a place where there are human beings, you may soon be discovered and reborn in the world. If you're unlucky and reborn on a desert island, maybe no one will find out for 10 or 20 years or even longer. Like this naturally reborn devil fruit, it really takes a bit of luck to find it. Badger said across the phone bug. According to the information received, it is suspected that a person with the ability of the great Buddha fruit appeared in the Chelf Kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. Has it been eaten? Kane's face was a little unsightly. Sengoku was killed by him, and the Buddha fruit was his trophy. When others eat this fruit, it is the biggest challenge to him. At the beginning, Kane said that whoever dared to take his things would be a provocation to him, and he would be endlessly hunted down by the kingdom of Carlos. Unexpectedly, there are still people who dare to challenge his majesty. "Yes, sorry, Captain Keyenes," Badger said in a low voice. "No regrets, it's not too late." Kane's eyes were indifferent, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. How about eating? He has the dark fruit ability in hand. Even if the Buddha fruit is eaten, Keyenes can get it back. Tell Enel to go and bring that guy back. Kane said coldly, "Remember, I want him alive. Don't kill him. Also, remind Enel that Marine should also be there this time, so be careful." "Yes, I see, Captain Keyenes." After speaking, the call ends. Keyenes hung up and dialed another number. Blue, 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 blue. The phone rang for a long time before the other side connected. "Oh, la la la, is that Keyenes?" "Excuse me, I'm taking a nap." The phone bug takes on the appearance of Akiji, but apparently he just woke up and yawned a few times. "There is something for you to do," Keyenes ordered quietly. Marshal Sengoku's abilities were reborn, but the fruit was eaten by an unknown person. You go and bring him back. The location is in the Kingdom of Chelf in the first half of the Grand Line. Enel will also go there. You and him will act together. The other side was silent for a while. Apparently Akiji was digesting this information too. In any case, Sengoku was also his boss, and Qingxiong has always respected him. After Sengoku died, the body was also sent back to the world by Qingxiong to conquer. Now that Sengoku is dead and the fruit is reborn, he has been reduced to evil and is rewarded by the world conquering the world. I have to say, things are impermanent and things are different. Understand, Akiji said calmly. I'll be leaving right now. After thinking for a moment, Qingxiong agreed to Kane's order. After all, his days as a Marine are over. Now he is a criminal wanted by the whole world, Wang Nu Oz, and he's the second most evil element in the Carlo Empire. Kane's asked Akiji to go, but also felt that it was a little unsafe to have Enel alone. The great Buddha fruit is the ability of the former Marshal Sengoku, both in terms of its destructive power and the special meaning it contains. Marine wouldn't let this power flow to the outside world. If the capable person is an ordinary person, Marine will definitely bring him back and train him to become a new warrior. If it was a pirate, Marine would capture him and put him in impel down to prevent him from using Sengoku's abilities to do evil and trample on Sengoku's reputation. In addition, the place where the Buddha capable of appearing this time is in the first half of the Grand Line, so there's a high possibility that Marine will send Admiral there. Let Enel go alone, the probability of success is very low. But if you add Akiji, the result is different. As Keyenes had predicted, while Enel and Akiji set off, Marine also dispatched warships to the Kingdom of Chilf. The first half of the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Chelf. Two of the highest-ranking Marine warships docked at the kingdom's port, and countless Marine soldiers began to land and enter the kingdom. Everyone listen up. The target is Jano Jones. A Marine vice admiral stood on the bow, took out a photo, and put it in front of everyone. As long as you see this man, you must not let him run away. If you can capture it alive, do your best to capture it alive, and if the target resists, you can kill it on the spot. Of course, Marine wants to bring the new Buddha fruit ability into Marine and cultivate it into a reliable and powerful combat force. However, if the target is ignorant, they will naturally not mind the harsher means. It's better to cut the grass and root out than make him a scourge of the sea. Since the emergence of Keyenes, the enemy, naval headquarters has been 10 times tougher than ever before. For newcomers who go to sea in the first half of the Grand Line, as long as there is a threat, naval headquarters will send troops to clear it as soon as possible. Therefore, in 1522 of the Hyuan calendar, there was a situation of supernova extinction. At the end of 1521 and the beginning of 1522, none of the supernovas managed to reach the Sabaody archipelago. All the supernova pirates that year were beheaded by naval headquarters in the first half of the Grand Line, and there was not a single survivor. Countless Marine soldiers rushed into the kingdom of Chilf, looking for Jano Jones according to the photo. This man, named Jano Jones, who is suspected of being the one with the power of the Buddha's fruit, is a pirate who just went out to sea this year. No, can't say he is a pirate, because he doesn't even have a bounty. Jano Jones has only been at sea for 2 weeks, and he is still in the process of looking for his companions. At this moment, Jano Jones is wandering within the kingdom, unaware that the fatal crisis has come. In the center of Chelf Kingdom, Jano Jones walks in the center of the street. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. The crowd in the street was divided, and a group of Marine soldiers poured into the street. Colonel Marine, headed by him, caught sight of Jano Jones at a glance. "It's him! Jano Jones, catch him!" Before Jano Jones could react, Colonel Marine had issued an arrest order. Not only that, but the colonel communicated the target's location to all Marines in the kingdom by phone bug. Find out where the target Jano Jones is located in the center of the 3rd Street in the kingdom. We have carried out arrests, but the target's strength is not yet clear. In order to prevent accidents, please immediately support the surrounding Marines. Colonel Marine is solid. He didn't know how powerful Jano Jones was now, but if he really inherited Sengoku's great Buddha fruit, he would definitely not be able to deal with him as a Colonel Marine, so he immediately asked for support. The Marine soldiers who shot to round up Jano Jones were also very stable. When they shot, they used all their strength. At the same time, they fired countless Seastone net guns. Jane Jones is confused. He is just a new debut, and he doesn't even have a bounty. He really couldn't understand why Marine would mobilize a large number of troops to arrest him, and it was like facing a big enemy. Through the Summit War, Sengoku's abilities have been widely known, but there are always slips. This Jano Jones is one of them. He still does not know that the ability he has acquired is the ability of the former Martial Marine. He didn't know that because he got this ability, it would trigger the encirclement and suppression of many forces such as Marine and the Karo Empire. When a deafening voice sounded, accompanied by bursts of Buddhist sounds. Facing the Marine surrounded by Jano Jones, he immediately activated his fruit ability, and his body grew rapidly, glowing, and turned into a golden Buddha tens of meters high. Boom! As the big Buddha's palm fell, a powerful shock wave knocked all the Seastone nets flying. Even the surrounding dozens of Marine soldiers were also sent flying, with broken tendons and broken bones, causing heavy casualties. The great Buddha fruit is very powerful, even a novice who has just acquired it. As long as he can cast the great Buddha shockwave, it is not something that ordinary Marines can deal with. After Jano Jones turned into a giant Buddha, he attacked hundreds of Marine soldiers by himself, without losing the slightest. Colonel Marine had an ugly face and had been calling for help on the phone bug. It can't be wrong. That's the ability of Marshal Sengoku. Marine Vice Admiral came to the end of the street and looked at the big Buddha surrounded by Marine soldiers with a gloomy expression. He couldn't accept that Marshal Sengoku's abilities were eaten by a pirate and used by him to slaughter Marine soldiers. Since the goal is clear, let's get started. Standing beside the Vice Admiral Fire Mountain was Marine Admiral Fujitora. He slowly pulled out the knife in his hand, and the blade came out of the scabbard and flashed a cold light. Just as Fujitora was about to shoot, there was a sudden thunder in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky above the kingdom was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, it was blue sky and white clouds, and the sky was clear. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark cloud with lightning and thunder. "Be careful, it's Thor, Enel." Admiral Fujitora stared at the sky with pure white pupils. Although invisible, observation hockey has locked the sky where Enel is, and many Marine soldiers have also been ready to fight at any time. They had come to capture Jano Jones in anticipation that Keyenes would send his men. As the most mobile Enel, his appearance was expected by Marine. Or rather, Marine's trip wasn't just to capture Jano Jones. He also wanted to use Jano Jones as bait to capture the cadres under Keyenes' command and take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Karo Empire. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion, and a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky, hitting the huge golden Buddha in the center of the street with precision. The turbulent thunder and lightning dashed around the golden Buddha, like lion majesty spitting out letters. And Jano Jones, who was attacked by lightning, let out a shrill scream. He is just a newcomer, and even if he has obtained the great Buddha fruit, he has not yet developed it to a very high level. The Buddha's defense he showed was far worse than Sengoku. Plus, there was no armament hockey. In the face of Enel's thunder and lightning, naturally he can't bear the damage. Boom! The thunder and lightning produced a huge explosion, generating a huge fireball that blew up all the Marine soldiers who surrounded Jinfo. When the smoke cleared, the surface of the huge golden Buddha was already charred black, and countless broken cracks were faintly visible. The golden Buddha opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of black smoke, and then the huge body slowly shrank back to its original shape. Jano Jones was bruised and bruised, his eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Boom! The clouds in the sky shot a lightning bolt again, hitting the roof of a tall building. Enel appeared from the thunder and appeared in the eyes of many Marines. Yahaha! There's so many people here. Enel looked at the hundreds of pirates under his feet and laughed. On the other hand, Marine did not talk nonsense with Enel, and Vice Admiral directly issued an attack order. Shoot! Don't let Enel run away. Catch him! Bang! 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 The continuous gunshots sounded, and countless bullets blazed towards Enel like a torrential rain. These are not ordinary bullets. They're all sea stone bullets. Marine had long anticipated that Enel would appear, so Marine who came to the island today used weapons against those with abilities. 100 million volts Thunder Dragon. Enel raised his hand and shot a Thunder Dragon, destroying all the bullets that came, and then his big hand aimed at the sky and crashed down. God's punishment. The sky exploded with thunder, and countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and fell towards Marine. In the nick of time, Admiral Fujitora made his move. The staff and sword were unsheathed, and they slashed with all their might, and a purple circle of light shot up into the sky, colliding head-on with the thunder and lightning. Boom! The thunder fell from the sky, and a boom resounded, and the purple halo pierced the clouds and shot out into the sky. Then, a flaming meteorite fell from the sky and smashed towards Enel. Hey! Isn't this our captain's trick? Enel grinned lightly, raised his hand, and a lightning bolt shot out, directly piercing the meteorite in the sky. Boom! The meteorite exploded and turned into countless debris and fell on the street. The flames carried by the meteorite caused a fire that filled the entire street. Some Marines who were too late to escape were directly killed by the wreckage of the meteorite. More were burned alive by the fire. Among the many ways of dying, being burned to death by fire is the most painful, and few people can endure that kind of pain. Swish! Enel's body flashed and turned into a bolt of electric light that shot at the unconscious Jano Jones, trying to take him away. However, he saw that a knife light was faster than him, directly hitting Enel's figure. Strong lateral gravity hit Enel, smashing him into a shattering ball of lightning. Boom, 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 boom. After Enel's recovery, he fought fiercely with Fujitora. Each collision stimulates strong lightning and lateral gravity. The streets were quickly beaten to rubble. Marine Vice Admiral took advantage of Enel's time to shoot, turned into a dark shadow, and shot at Jano Jones, trying to capture him. After all, that was Marine's primary objective here. Just as he was about to arrive, an icy chill suddenly erupted and swept the entire street. The street, which was originally a sea of fire, was instantly covered with ice. Marine, who were sweating profusely, now felt the freezing cold and were shivering from the cold. This is Akiji. The Vice Admiral looked at the frozen streets around and knew that it was Akiji. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Akiji appeared from a distance and walked slowly. Akiji, Admiral. The Marine soldiers present were also shocked. Don't be foolish, idiot. This man is now a criminal, not Marine Admiral. Vice Admiral roared. Fujitora and Enel, who were fighting, also parted at this time and stopped fighting. Cut. Did the captain call him too? Enel didn't expect Akiji to come, and Keyenes hadn't informed him in advance. Admiral Fujitora held a staff and knife. His pupils turned white, and he said in a low voice, "Your Excellency was also Marine Admiral at the time, but now he is completely degenerated into an evil element." Akiji didn't answer. It was too late to say anything now, and he couldn't explain it clearly. He looked at Enel and said calmly, "Take him away. Leave it to me." When Enel gritted his teeth, although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Akiji was stronger than him. Fujitora's strength is also stronger than him, and he alone cannot take Jano Jones away. Enel turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the distance with Jano Jones. Then Akiji and Fujitora fought a battle in the kingdom of Chelf. The fierce battle completely destroyed 1/3 of the kingdom, and tens of thousands of meters of sea around the island were frozen. The battle was inconclusive, and Akiji retreated before Marine's support arrived. But Marine's actions were undermined. They didn't catch the new Buddha fruit abilities, nor did they catch Thor Enel. Compared to the Keyenes side, who got Jane Jones, the Marine side was a complete failure. Carlo Empire, the 6th floating sky island. A powerful threat erupted from Keyenes, directly shocking the soul. In front of him, hundreds of pirates shivered with fright. Their lifespan turned into reality and flew out from the heavenly spirit cover. Keyenes grabbed them with a big hand, drained their lifespan completely, and then inhaled them. Sure enough, Keyenes felt the power of the soul fruit. The feeling of extracting the lifespan of others and being able to control the lifespan at will made him unable to extricate himself. Leviathan spit fire. With an order from Keyenes, the fire dragon Leviathan behind him swallowed and spat out a huge fireball. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and the black hole's gravity exploded, drawing the fireball into his palm. However, Keyenes didn't swallow it with a black hole. Then, Keyenes activated the power of the soul fruit and poured his soul into the fireball. He saw that the fireball suddenly trembled, and then a human face grew. "I have seen Lord Keyenes." The fireball became the sun and began to orbit Keyenes. "From today, your name is Prometheus." Keyenes gave the sun a name. This was the name given to it by the 4 Emperors Big Mom in original plot, and Keyenes felt it was pretty good, so he didn't bother to think of a new name. Yes, Lord Keyenes. Fire Cloud Prometheus got the name and became more happy. It flew from side to side, looking at everything on the surrounding island, curious about everything. Prometheus has just been born and doesn't know anything about everything. Today, it is like a newborn baby, but the power it has is very powerful. The soul fruit ability person can create Hormy Eyes, and the strength of Hormy Eyes depends on the soul used by the ability person. Prometheus is the Hametz made by Keyenes with his own soul, which also contains part of Keyenes' power. Big Mom's Prometheus was strong enough back then, but now the fire cloud made by Keyenes is stronger than what Big Mom made back then. At this moment, dark clouds swept the sky and thunder exploded. Keyenes looked at the discolored sky with a small smile. It came just fine. Keyenes grabbed his hand and pulled the clouds off the sky. Subsequently, Keyenes used the same method to make thundercloud Zeus. In this way, through the power of the soul fruit, Keyenes also mastered the power of fire and lightning. Although these additions to his own strength are not great, they're the icing on the cake. At this moment, the voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Blue, 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 blue. Keyenes answers the phone bug, and the snail takes on the shape of Enel. I brought people back. Enel's voice came from the opposite side. Take him to the garden, and I'll be right there. Understood. Hanging up the phone bug, Keyenes looked at the two clouds and grabbed them with a big hand. I saw the fire cloud Prometheus and the thunder cloud Zeus all flew to Keyenes' hand and finally turned into two rings, which were set on his fingers. Keyenes didn't have the bad taste of the four emperors and walked around with a group of Hormeyeyes. As long as you can use it immediately in battle. Now it has become a ring, which can be used at any time, which is more simple and convenient. Roar! The fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar. Keyenes jumped, jumping over Leviathan's head. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Leviathan flew into the sky and flew towards the palace. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes fell from the sky and fell into the center of the garden. Enel has been waiting for a long time. At his feet was a comatose man, apparently Jano Jones. Wake him up, Keyenes ordered. Enel raised his hand and shot a bolt of lightning, causing Jano Jones to scream and twitch. But at the same time, the electric shock to his heart brought him back to life. Jano Jones woke up and saw Keyenes sitting on the throne at a glance, and he was terrified. How could he not recognize Keyenes' face? This face is now the nightmare of countless people on the sea, and it is also an idol worshipped by countless people. Jano Jones is also one of the Keyenes fans. In other words, all the pirates in the sea are fans of Keyenes. They all wanted to one day be able to do the same thing as Keyenes. Kill the Marine Admiral, destroy the naval headquarters, and slaughter the four Emperor's pirates. As long as you can do even one thing, you can become famous all over the world, making countless people admire and envy. Lord Keyenes. Jano Jones was very uneasy, and his words were trembling and stammering. To this day, he doesn't know what happened. He only remembered that he was struck by lightning and then lost consciousness. When I woke up, I've already arrived here and saw the world's strongest killing tyrant John Keyenes. Carlo Emperor Palace, in Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes backed away. Only he and Jano Jones were there. Lord Keyenes, Jane Jones hadn't even finished, and Keyenes had already started. With a flick of his finger, the air burst, and Jano Jones was shot down by a heavy blow, slipping for more than 10 meters before stopping. This blow had already shattered his entire body and directly sent his soul away from the earth. Keyenes doesn't have that much spare time to retrain a Buddha fruit ability. No matter how talented this Jano Jones is, he will not be able to reach the level of Sengoku after all, and even Admiral-level combat power is unlikely. Therefore, this unlucky ghost who ate the fruit of the Buddha is doomed to die. Keyenes grabbed with a big hand, sucked Jano Jones into his palm, and the black smoke of dark fruit poured out of his palm, enveloping it. Then, a burst of energy was sucked out of Jano Jones. Keyenes took out an apple at hand and channeled the energy into the apple. Subsequently, the apple changed, the surface color changed from red to yellow, and a spiral pattern grew. Zoan Demon's human fruit Buddha form. After disappearing for more than a year, the fruit finally fell into the hands of Keyenes. It's a pity that Keyenes doesn't currently have a killing puppet in his hand. Otherwise, he would be able to make another Buddha puppet. Time has passed, and it has been half a year in the blink of an eye. Over the past 6 months, Keyenes' army has continued to expand, occupying all the original territory Kaido of the beasts. The territory of the Karo Empire has exceeded 600 islands, and more than 70 countries have become vassals. In fact, there are far more than 600 islands in the sea area ruled by the Karo Empire. Many of them are uninhabited desert islands. None of these islands were taken over by Keyenes. Otherwise, adding these islands, the Karo Empire has far more than 600 islands. Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes and his cadres are having a party. Almost all the members above the senior cadre in the kingdom have arrived. At the banquet, everyone toasted and drank, and it was very lively. Suddenly, the urgent voice of the phone bug interrupted the atmosphere of the banquet. Everyone followed the voice and found that it was Keyenes' portable phone bug ringing. Keyenes picks up the phone and connects, and the snail takes on the appearance of Sacco. "It's me, what's the matter?" Keyenes asked in a low voice. "Your Majesty Keyenes, there's been a change in the Fishmen Island recently. I saw a lot of people suspected of CP agents gathered on the Fishmen Island." Sacco's voice came from the opposite side. Keyenes was expressionless, but thoughts rushed through his mind, and he quickly thought of possible reasons. "I understand. You continue to observe. Don't act rashly," Keyenes ordered. "If there's a situation, get in touch immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty Keyenes." At the end of the call, Keyenes hung up the phone bug, his pupils darkened dark. "Your Majesty Keyenes, did something happen to the Fishmen Island?" Jinbei stepped forward and asked nervously. "It's not a big problem now, but in the future it's uncertain." Keyenes shook his head and said, "The Fishmen Island is too far away from the Kingdom of Carlo. If Marine or world government wants to attack the Fishmen Island, we may not be able to rush to support in time. Jinbei, you should consider the proposal I told you as soon as possible." Keyenes looked at Jinbei and said solemnly, "World government sent CP agents lurking in the Fishmen Island for nothing more than the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. If Keyenes remembers correctly, the king of the celestial dragons, should have awakened by now. And the mermaid princess, who is Poseidon, is the target he wants to kill. Now sending CP agents to monitor the Fishmen Island is just a prelude. Once it is confirmed that Shirahoshi has awakened the power of Poseidon, I will definitely take action immediately. Whether to conquer or destroy is all in his mind. Of course, it would be best if he could conquer it. Poseidon's power is extremely high even for world government. If it cannot be conquered, of course, it will be completely destroyed. At that time, the entire Fishmen Island will not survive and will disappear into the depths of the ocean. I understand that you don't want the Fishmen Island to move away from the place where they lived for generations, but now it seems that you have no choice. Keyenes has long proposed the idea of moving the Fishmen Island to the New World, and with Keyenes' ability, it is not difficult to do. It's just that Neptune and Jinbei don't want to let the Fishmen Island leave their homes. After all, they have lived there for a long time. But now that world government has sent CP agents, there is not much time left for Jinbei to hesitate. Just do as His Majesty Keyenes said. The old man will be in charge of communication with King Neptune. Jinbei said in a low voice. "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." Holy Land, Mariewa, the deepest part of the ancient city, among the flowers. A slender man walked out slowly, and, on the ground behind him, there were several photos that had been cut into pieces. According to the fragments of the photo, it could be seen that the people in the photo are Keyenes and the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. And the one who chopped up the photo was the long-sleeping king of celestial dragons. Meanwhile, below the void throne, the 5 elders representing the supreme power of world government are kneeling under the void throne. The 5 of them, without exception, were all in cold sweat and trembling. It is estimated that no one would have imagined that the aloof 5 elders would show such an unbearable side. Fear, panic, and all kinds of emotions have almost condensed into substance. The space on the void throne suddenly distorted, and a figure appeared on the throne out of thin air. There is only one person who can sit in this position, and that is the king of celestial dragons, the mastermind behind world government. You 5 have disappointed me. The calm and indifferent voice sounded, as if it could freeze a person's heart. The body of the 5 elders trembled at the same time, and the heads of the 5 people were lowered lower, and they were already attached to the floor. "Please confess my guilt. I am incompetent." The bald one among the 5 elders trembled. Humph! With a cold snort, the bald 5 elder was hit hard and shot backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and his face was as pale as paper. The other 5 elders were frightened and felt their scalps tingle, so they didn't dare to look at the bald Five Elder at all. The bald-headed Five Elder who was knocked out didn't dare to complain, and rolled and crawled back to his original position, still under Im's feet. I gave you power and status, and I just let you manage my garden, and you can't even do such a simple thing? Im's voice was flat, with no sadness or joy, no joy or anger at all. However, the Five Elders were even more frightened, and the five felt a tremendous pressure, as if carrying a mountain on their backs, squashing them to the ground. When the Five Elders faced him, they didn't dare to refute and talk nonsense at all, for fear of dying at Im's hands accidentally. Go and bring the mermaid princess back. Don't let me down again. The indifferent voice echoed in the palace, and Im, who was sitting on the void throne, disappeared. However, even after Im left, the Five Elders still did not dare to get up from the ground. The five people were still lying on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. After a long time, the five people dared to raise their heads, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. And the severely injured bald Five Elder dared to let out a cold snort at this moment. He clung to his chest tightly, feeling the constant pain. Im's methods are unpredictable, and he has been severely injured just by doing anything at will. The Five Elders glanced at each other, and both saw Fluke and the rest of their lives in each other's eyes. Im would wake up every once in a while, but this awakening was what the Five Elders feared the most. Because under the expansion of Keyenes, the power of world government has been drastically reduced, and there are less than 130 allied nations. The new world was almost unified by Keyenes, and the majesty of world government was trampled underfoot. In Im's eyes, the world is his garden. Now that the garden has been destroyed, the Five Elders are to blame, an unforgivable sin. After leaving the Void Hall, the Five Elders immediately gave the order. Instead of using Marine this time, they sent their CP agents. Some things world governments has to be do without the knowledge of Marine. Just like when Kaido was still alive, world government and the Beast Pirates were secretly trading. Marine and CP agents are sometimes buddies, but sometimes they can kill each other to keep secrets. This action to capture the Mermaid Princess is obviously a top-secret operation. Meanwhile, Keyenes also got Jinbei's exact answer. King Neptune has agreed to let Keyenes relocate the Fishmen Island to the New World. In that case, let's go. Inside the Carlo Emperor's palace, Keyenes said calmly. The fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar and took Keyenes and Jinbei into the sky, flying into the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Host triggers the kill mission. It is detected that the World Conquer CP agent is going to the Fishmen Island to capture the Mermaid Princess. Please host to kill all the invading enemies to ensure that the ancient weapon Poseidon is not out of control. Quest reward, Killer Puppet. Listening to the electronic sound in his head, Keyenes gave a bloodthirsty sneer. Through this incident, Keyenes has fully confirmed that Im, king of the celestial dragons, has awakened. Only he would be so anxious to take action on the Mermaid Princess. The speed of the fire dragon Leviathan was very fast, and in just one day, he flew from the kingdom of Kahlo to the Red Clay Road. Above the sea, Keyenes and Jinbei stand on top of the Leviathan, 10,000 meters below them. Your Majesty Keyenes, let's go to Sabaody Archipelago first, where you can reach the Fishmen Island by coating boat. Jinbei can go directly into the sea, but in Jinbei's view, Keyenes, who is a capable person, must use a boat. No, Keyenes shook his head. Just get down from here. After speaking, Keyenes jumped directly into the sea. Jinbei's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. In his opinion, it is suicide for those who are capable to jump into the sea. Jinbei did not dare to delay, and jumped into the sea quickly. But what he saw in the sea made his common sense useless, and his worldview collapsed. I saw Keyenes swimming towards the depths of the sea at a very fast speed, and the surrounding sea water did not cause him any harm at all. Jinbei hurriedly followed, and when he got close to Keyenes, he realized that the sea water around Keyenes couldn't get close to him at all. It was as if there was an invisible air hood surrounding Keyenes, allowing him to move freely in the sea. This is... Jinbei's brain was in a mess, and he couldn't understand what kind of power this was. Kane smiled calmly without explaining much. In fact, the principle is very simple. Kane's wrapped his body with the power of a black hole. After entering the sea, as soon as the sea water approaches, it is directly swallowed by the black hole. The sea water couldn't touch Kane's body and naturally couldn't suffocate him. Plus, Keyenes had already overcome the sea and sea stone's hold on him. Today's Keyenes, even if he jumps directly into the sea and allows the sea to cover his body, he can move freely underwater like ordinary people. It's just that this is Keyenes' trump card, and he doesn't want to be exposed to Jinbei's eyes for the time being. A distance of 10,000 meters was not close to Keyenes. Keyenes and Jinbei were fast, but in just 10 minutes, they reached the Fishman Island. After arriving at the Fishman Island, Keyenes and Jinbei went directly to the Dragon Palace. King Neptune had been waiting for a long time, and shortly after Keyenes arrived at the Fishman Island, a pirate ship with a membrane also landed on the Fishman Island. On the surface, this is a pirate ship, but the pirates on board have already been killed. Now driving this ship is the CP agent who conquered the world. A group of masked CPO agents landed on the Fishman Island and headed for the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. In the Dragon Palace of the Fishman Island, King Neptune prepared a banquet for Keyenes. At the banquet, Keyenes and Neptune toasted to each other. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Keyenes had seen Neptune since the Fishman Island took refuge in the Karo Empire. From today, I entrust the Fishman Island to Lord Keyenes. Neptune said to Keyenes with his glass in hand, "Rest assured, you will not regret today's decision," Keyenes said with a light smile. After speaking, the two smiled at each other and drank the wine in the cup. Suddenly, however, Keyenes frowned, exuding a hint of coldness. Jinbei, who was sitting next to Keyenes, felt the change in Keyenes' breath for the first time. "What's the matter, Your Majesty Keyenes?" Jinbei asked in a deep voice. Keyenes smiled indifferently. "A few bugs have crawled into the Dragon Palace." "Is it?" Jinbei's expression changed. Of course he understood what Keyenes was saying, and they had come back for this. "Go and see." Keyenes got up and walked straight out of the palace. Jinbei immediately followed. It's just that King Neptune and Prince Shark were left behind. Their combat power is too weak. Even if they go, it is useless. In the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace guards who were responsible for guarding it had been killed, and the corpses were lying on the ground, with blood stained on the marble floor. Several black shadows flickered quickly, which were difficult to catch with the naked eye. Ordinary people just feel the flowers in front of their eyes, and they disappear as if seeing an illusion. Is it a bit too arrogant to break in without the owner's consent? The sudden sound exploded in the ears of the CPO agents, causing them to stop at the same time. Swish! In a flash of shadows, Keyenes has appeared in front of them. "No, it's John Keyenes." Incorrect information. How did Keyenes show up on the Fishman Island? Although they knew they were no match for Keyenes, none of the CP0 agents escaped or retreated. Agent CP is not the same as Marine. Naval Headquarters has already issued an order that when they are out on a mission, they can abandon the mission and retreat when they encounter Keyenes. But they can't. As agents of world government, they have no choice. There are only two options for being sent out on a mission. 1. Go back after completing the task. 2. The mission failed and was killed. Other than that, there is no third way. Even if the mission fails and survives by chance, it will be abandoned by the world and will be fully wanted for assassination. At the beginning, after CP9 was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, all of them were hunted down by the world. I don't know what method used to return in New World. Except for this batch of CP9S, all the agents who failed their missions all died without exception. You go to the target, he will get it to me to deal with. A white-masked man stepped forward and said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the man had teleported to Keyenes, and his fist had already smashed into Keyenes' face. Others turned into afterimages and left from the fork. Oversight, idiot. Keyenes, expressionless, raised his hand to catch the punch, then squeezed hard, directly crushing the bones of his palm. Sad guy. Who gave you the confidence to stop me? Keyenes grabbed hard and ripped the man's arm off his shoulders. The man let out a scream, and just as he was about to kick his legs to attack, a dark arm had penetrated his chest. The man's heart has been pierced, and the fire of life is completely extinguished. It looks like there are a lot of fighting actions, but in fact, the process is only an instant, less than 3 seconds. Those CP agents who left at the fork had not gone far. You can't go away, pathetic ants. Keyenes raised his hand to aim at those people, grabbed his palm, and a powerful black hole gravitational force erupted. All the agents are sucked back by Keyenes and slammed against the wall. Don't go away, you pathetic ants. Keyenes raised his hand to aim at those people, grabbed his palm, and a powerful black hole gravitational force erupted. All the agents are sucked back by Keyenes and slammed against the wall. When Keyenes stepped on his left foot, the head of a CP agent was directly crushed and blood splattered from the skull. Then the right foot kicked and kicked one person out. The agent has not yet landed, and his body has been blown into pieces of flesh and blood in the air. One of them let out a roar, and his body grew rapidly, breaking his coat and turning into a leopard in the blink of an eye. Rob Lucci. Keyenes raised his eyebrows and recognized the man's identity. Tempest kick. Lucci lifted his foot and kicked out a bird slash, aiming at Keyenes and breaking through the air. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it. A black hole appeared in the palm of his hand, and he slashed and swallowed the slash in an instant. Then the gravity of the black hole acted on Lucci and sucked him into the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. After speaking, Keyenes squeezed Lucci's neck. There were 7 CP agents who came this time, but in the blink of an eye, 4 were killed by Keyenes. The remaining 3 were suppressed by Keyenes' gravity, lying on the ground, unable to move at all. Keyenes glanced down at the 3 of them and said indifferently, "Let's go on the road together." After speaking, Keyenes hooked his finger and dropped it gently. The gravity that suppressed them suddenly increased several times. With a bang, the bodies of the 3 of them exploded directly, turning into blood and flesh splashing all over the sky. Jinbei hurried over, just in time to see the scene where Keyenes tortured and murdered the 3. "You are too slow, Jinbei," Keyenes said quietly. "Thanks to His Majesty Keyenes for taking action. I am ashamed." Then, Jinbei asked in a deep voice, "Who are these people?" Because Keyenes attacked ruthlessly, and none of them were left alive, Jinbei didn't recognize their identities for a while. Keyenes shook his head indifferently. "It's just a bunch of world government's lackeys. Nothing to pay attention to." After dealing with the Dragon Palace turmoil, Keyenes left the Dragon Palace and came to the sky above the Fishmen Island. As Keyenes erupted with the black hole's gravitational pull, the whole Fishmen Island began to vibrate, tremble, and then gradually began to move. The sudden change made the residents of the island extremely panicked, but there were guards and soldiers to protect and appease, so there was no riot. In this way, the whole Fishmen Island moves slowly in the sea, like a huge sea king. Keyenes floated up with the Fishmen Island, and finally rushed out of the sea and came to New World. Many Murlocs and mermen saw the sky and white clouds for the first time, and the world outside the sea for the first time. All the mermaids and Murlocs are looking at this new world, full of curiosity about everything outside. After leaving the sea, there was no resistance, and Keyenes saved himself 100 or 1,000 times the effort to control the Fishmen Island, so the speed of the flight skyrockets. At the fastest speed, he rushed towards the kingdom of Carlo. At the same time, world government also learned the news that CP agents died in battle. The 5 elders trembled with fear because the task him gave them failed again. The Holy Land Mariehua, the deepest part of the ancient city, and was sitting on the void throne. His eyes were deep and cold, making his heart tremble. "So, you've let me down again?" The indifferent voice sounded, making the 5 elders kneeling at him's feet tremble. "We take responsibility for things to fail and ask Lord Im to punish us." The 5 people started talking at the same time. Im swept his gaze, and with a cold hum, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Then the kneeling 5 elders were knocked down at the same time and shot out. The 5 elders vomited blood and rolled on the floor like dead dogs. However, in the face of him, none of the 5 of them dared to say a word. Don't even dare to use armament hockey defense when attacked. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not be injured so easily. What a waste. What else can I expect you to do? Im's anger rose, and the surrounding space began to distort, becoming like a water curtain. This time, the 5 elders were all punished. When they left the Void Palace, all 5 of them were injured, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and they were very embarrassed. The first order the 5 elders issued after returning to their palace was to gather all the armies under their command. Whether it is Marine, Army, CP agents, or even the world government subordinate countries, they must obey orders to send troops. A final battle is about to break out soon. On the other hand, Keyenes took 3 days to finally bring the Fishman Island back to the Kingdom of Carlo. At the request of King Neptune, Keyenes did not put the Fishman Island into the deep sea, but placed it next to the main island of the Carlo Empire. The Murlocs have lived under the sea for too long, and after seeing the sun and land, they don't want to return to the sea so soon. Many Murlocs and mermaids still want to see more of this new world. Anyway, with the protection of the Carlo Empire, the Fishman Island will be very safe here. Even if you don't go to the bottom of the sea, there is no danger. Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes stood on the balcony, and at a glance he could see the Fishman Island connected to the main island of Karate. After bringing the Fishman Island back to the Carlo Empire, now Poseidon's power can no longer escape his control. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the task of killing the enemy. Do you want to receive the reward? The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Receive. Ding! It was detected that the CP agent who invaded the Fishman Island has been exterminated, and host has completely controlled the ancient weapon Poseidon, thus completed the task of killing the enemy and obtained a killing puppet. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution has been completed. The electronic sound ended, and a killing puppet appeared out of nowhere in front of Keyenes. Keyenes raised his hand and flipped it over, and the Buddha fruit appeared in his palm. Then it automatically flew up and fell into the hands of the killing puppet. After eating the Buddha fruit, a new Buddha fruit-capable person is born. In addition to this giant Buddha puppet, Keyenes already has 7 capable puppets in his hands. Each of these 7 puppets has top admiral-level combat power and is the strongest army in Keyenes' hands. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, putting away the Buddha puppet. Meanwhile, badgers hurried in. What happened? In such a hurry? Keyenes asked flatly. Marine is moving. Badgers said hurriedly. Our people have observed that naval headquarters is aggressively gathering troops. Not only that, but also the Mariewa and the participating countries in the first half of the Grand Line. There are also changes in the country, and there are situations where the army is being mobilized. Keyenes narrowed his eyes and thought of everything in an instant. It seems that world government is about to go to war. The one who made this decision must be the king of celestial dragons. Only he has such courage. Today, Keyenes has too much power in the master's hands, and has mastered the power of Poseidon through the Fishman Island. Such a huge power has already made Imu feel threatened, and he wants to eradicate him as soon as possible. Pass my order, and the entire army of the Carlo Empire will gather and prepare for battle. Keyenes instructed. Let the more than 70 dependent countries also prepare to send troops. In this battle, they can no longer stand idly by. I have sheltered them for so long, and it's time for them to give them some contribution. Yes, I understand. I'll do it right away. Looking at Keyenes' attitude, badgers knew that this would be the last battle. As long as this battle is won, the Carlo Empire will create history, overthrow the 800-year rule of world government, and create a new empire. If it is defeated, the Carlo Empire, which now dominates the New World, will completely vanish into thin air and cease to exist. This will be the most critical battle. Before the battle, no one has the absolute certainty of winning. Keyenes had already reminded his cadres, although the strength of naval headquarters was no match for the Carlo Empire. But the power of world government remains unfathomable. Therefore, none of the cadres under him took a contemptuous attitude towards world government. Be arrogant and underestimate the enemy, but you will suffer great losses. In the deepest part of the Carlo Empire's palace, in a secret room, Keyenes summoned the 7 killing puppets, let 6 puppets guard the 6 positions of the secret room, and himself walked to the center of the secret room with the last puppet. All the medical equipments have been prepared here, just like an operating room. After waiting for so long, this day finally arrived. That's right, the death puppet has grown skilled enough to complete the immortality surgery. Even with Keyenes' stable mentality, he was a little excited at this moment. He lay on the operating table, and the death puppet stepped forward to create an operating space. Pin. The death puppet's hands fell, and Keyenes' chest was cut open. But the wound wasn't bleeding, and Keyenes didn't feel any pain either. This is the power of op fruit, which can cut the human body at will, but can ensure that the human body is not harmed. The death puppet worked freely with the scalpel in his hand, and the speed was as fast as a flash, but there was no mistake. It is like a conscious precision machine, meticulously completing its tasks. Keyenes didn't tell anyone about the immortality surgery. His cadres all thought that Keyenes was in retreat, preparing for the next big battle to conquer the world. Time flies, 7 days are fleeting. In the bright operating room, the death puppet stopped and then put away the scalpel. Keyenes lay peacefully on the operating table, eyes closed like a corpse. When the surgical space was retracted by the puppet, Keyenes' body suddenly trembled. Then a heartbeat suddenly sounded in the silent room. Puff, puff, puff. Keyenes' heartbeat had never been stronger, and every single beat was like a bell tolled. Brush. Keyenes opened his eyes abruptly, and a gleam of light flashed in them. He sat up from the operating table and waved his fist, feeling the strength in his body. Keyenes felt like he had never been in better shape, as if there was an infinite amount of power and energy in his body that could never be used up. The most obvious is the change in vitality. Keyenes can feel that his vitality has increased thousands of times, or even more, than before the operation. That skyrocketing vitality proves that Keyenes has been immortalized. Eternal life, immortal existence. Besides him, the king of celestial dragons, a second immortal has been born in this world. Yes, I feel that my strength has increased again. Immortality surgery not only gave Keyenes eternal life, but also further transformed his physique, flesh, and even every cell. And the exuberant vitality has been feeding back to nourish the flesh and blood cells of Keyenes. Keyenes could feel that his strength had risen by another level. That's the pinnacle of world-class power level. After getting acquainted with the changes in his body, Keyenes looked at the death puppet who had operated on him for immortality. The breath of the death puppet has been weakened to the extreme, but it has not died. Looks like I guessed right. Keyenes raised his hand and slammed a ball of life energy into the body of the death puppet. The weak life breath of the puppet immediately began to increase. And in just a few minutes, he has returned to his peak state. Those with the ability of op fruit will have to pay the price of their lives if they complete the immortal surgery. That's life for life. But the death puppet is different. It is something created by the power of the system. It is said that it is a living creature. It has the breath of life, has wisdom that is not weaker than human beings, has flesh and blood, and is no different from the human beings. But they're also dead in a sense. The killing puppets awarded by the system to Keyenes are each linked to Keyenes' life. That is, as long as Keyenes is dead, then all the killing puppets will die at the same time. And as long as Keyenes doesn't die, the killer puppets won't die. At most, they were maimed, destroyed, and torn apart, unable to fight anymore. As long as there is even a little debris left, Keyenes can use his life energy to restore it. Of course, if it was smashed into powder and no wreckage could be found, it would be another matter, of course. Now that Keyenes has been immortalized, the energy of life is infinite. While restoring a dying puppet would take a huge amount of life energy, for Keyenes now, it's insignificant. Using the death puppet to perform immortality surgery, Keyenes gains eternal life, and then feeds back to restore the death puppet. This has formed a cycle. Now, as long as Keyenes doesn't die, the death golem will remain in his hands. That is, op fruit will not respawn. This also means that no one in this world can get eternal life. Of course, there are other devil fruits that can achieve immortality, which is a different matter, of course. Putting away the 7 puppets in the room, Keyenes walked out of the operating room and returned to the Hentang Sky Garden. Shortly after Keyenes sat down, an electric light suddenly flashed before his eyes, and Enel appeared in the garden. "How's the outside world? What's going on with world government?" Keyenes looked at Enel and asked calmly. Enel responded, "World government is still calling up the army. The first half of the Grand Line and the Marine elite of the 4 Seas have all been concentrated in naval headquarters in Mariewa. In addition, the troops of the various alliance countries are also rushing to Marineford, and the total strength has exceeded 3 million and is still increasing." 3 million? SOSO. Keyenes smiled calmly, clearly ignoring the 3 million troops. The force value of the one-piece world is too high, and one person destroys a country from time to time. The strength of the countries in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas is not strong, and the military soldiers of these countries are, of course, not very powerful. 3 million troops sounds bluffing, but it's not really useful at all. If Conqueror's Hockey was swept out by Keyenes, and out of the 3 million people still standing, there were definitely no more than 1,000 people. Are all the allied nations agreeing to help the world government? Keyenes asked playfully. It is true that there are countries that delay time due to insufficient troops or refuse to send troops. It's just that Marines sent troops to destroy all these countries. Enel said solemnly. 3 days ago, Marine dispatched Buster Call to destroy the kingdom of Gyuter, and everyone in the entire country was killed. Keyenes sneered. Oh, it seems that world government is also in a hurry. Destroying an allied country for no reason has a huge impact. Although the world government can intimidate the other allied countries and make them obediently obey orders, but it will also fuel their hatred for them and make them unable to fight together. They are now forced to cooperate with the world government. As long as the situation changes, they will definitely rebel at the first time. Then, Keyenes asked, "How's our army going?" More than 70 dependent countries, with a total of 1 million troops, but the combat power is not very good. Enel shook his head, obviously not appreciating the strength of those countries. As long as it can be used, it is also cannon fodder anyway. Keyenes said calmly, then asked, "What about Germa's clone troopers?" "This is quite good." Enel nodded and said, "The number of Germa's clone troopers has exceeded 1 million, all of which are cultivated through the bloodline factor of powerful pirates, and their combat power is not bad. At the same time, the number of capable armies created through artificial devil fruits has exceeded 20,000. The evolutionary army cultivated with the Q2 type evolutionary medicine has exceeded 200,000, and 10,000 of them are evolutionaries, the elite of the elite. Apart from them, the 300,000 kingdom guards have been assembled, and there are 200,000 pirates and thousands of slaughtering beasts. All the troops have been assembled, ready to fight at any time. Before he knew it, Keyenes had already had more than 2 million troops. If all the troops are added together, it will definitely exceed 3 million, which is no less than world government and marine. Not only that, but the soldiers under Keyenes' command were more capable of fighting alone. After all, Keyenes' subordinates are all from the cruel New World, and the innate starting point has surpassed the first half of Grand Line and the 4 Seas. Ding! Host triggers the king of the world quest. Carlo Emperor Palace, in Hentang Sky Garden. The electronic sound of the system played in Keyenes' head. Please, host, lead the attack at the Holy Land Mariewa. Defeat the world government, and become the new king of the world. Mission reward. All things return to their bodies. The world wormhole shuttles. Listening to the mission released by the system, Keyenes smiled lightly, and a trace of blood flashed in his eyes. After waiting so long, the time has finally come. Following the order given by Keyenes, the entire army of the Carlo Empire began to be dispatched. New World, the Kingdom of Carlo Empire. The most powerful kingdom in the world, the whole New World is shrouded under the rule of this kingdom. All nations, pirates, bounty hunters, and underground kings in the New World have a common figure above their heads, the killing tyrant, John Keyenes. On this day, 100 warships of the highest scale sailed out of the waters of the Carlo Empire. Each warship carries 2,000 soldiers or pirates, with a total force of 200,000. The moment the warship appeared, the whole world shook. As everyone knows, this is Keyenes' war signal to world government and marine. After that, there were a steady stream of warships rushing out from the waters of the Carlo Empire. 100 ships, 2 white ships, 300 ships, the number of warships can no longer be counted. Not only are there armies at sea, but there are armies in the sky. 10 small islands lined up in a row, like 10 warships, flying towards the Holy Land, Mariewa. These 10 small islands have all been remodeled, and war fortresses have been built on them, with countless heavy artillery. Every isle is no weaker than Naval Headquarters Marineford. Under Keyenes, 2.5 million troops were pouring out of their nests, rapidly approaching the Holy Land, Mariewa. Marine spies and agents hidden in the New World reported the news to Naval Headquarters and world government as soon as possible. This time, Keyenes' actions are not disguised, and everything is above board. This is the final battle, and Keyenes wants to let the world know that total war is breaking out. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The urgent siren sounded endlessly, spreading to every corner. Assemble, all Marines, all assembled. Hurry up, move fast, put down everything in your hands, and gather immediately. The army will set off immediately and rush to the New World. A Marine vice admiral mobilized his soldiers, and, as long as the number was all in, they immediately rushed to the Holy Land, Mariewa by boat. Now the fastest way to reach the New World is through the Holy Land. In the Naval Headquarters corridor, Marshal Kong had a serious expression and was in a hurry. Behind him, Admiral Fujitora, Momosaji, Great Staff Crane, and Vice Admiral Garp all looked solemn. Have you figured out what's going on with Keyenes? Where exactly are they now? Kong asked coldly. Reporting, Marshal, the vanguard of the Carlo Empire is currently in the Ramas Sea, and with the speed of their warships, they will reach the Red Port in 3 days. Adjutant Marine said calmly. Don't relax. Order frontline agents to pay close attention to Keyenes' trail and report any situation in time. Although the vanguard army was still 3 days away from arriving, Kong did not relax in the slightest. Inform the entire army. Keyenes is cunning and treacherous, and it is not ruled out that he may launch a surprise attack from the sky. Let them not relax. War may break out at any time. Also, notify Admiral Greenbull and let him arrange for the celestial dragons to take refuge in the Holy Land immediately. Keyenes is accustomed to raiding base camp and will likely send Enel, the god of thunder, or himself to attack the Holy Land from the sky. Yes, I'll do it right away. After Adjutant Marine gave a military salute, he immediately went down to contact the Holy Land. Fujitora, Momosaji, this time, the two of you will lead the troops to the New World to stop Keyenes' vanguard. Kong instructed, Fujitora, after Marines' 200,000 troops have assembled, you can take them directly to the Red Port, and you don't have to go back to the Holy Land. With Fujitora's power, it is not impossible to take 200,000 Marine soldiers over the Red Earth Road to the Red Port with a gravity fruit. And it's faster. With only 3 days to go until Keyenes' vanguard reached Red Harbor, their time was running out. Understand, I will do my best, Admiral Fujitora said in a condensed voice. After instructing Fujitora and Momosaji, Kong turned to Garp again. Garp, you and I go to the Holy Land. We're waiting for Keyenes in the Holy Land. Whether it's Kong or Garp or Admiral Fujitora, they all understand that the final battle is not in the Red Port or the sea, but in the holy place of Mariewa. With Keyenes' maneuverability, the sea and the Red Port couldn't stop him. Even the Red Earth continent, known as the natural danger, was just a piece of gravel in front of Keyenes. With Keyenes' behavior, He will inevitably lead the elite to attack the Holy Land, Mariehua, directly, so as to win the battle. 3 days later, below the Red Earth Road, the island is already overcrowded. 200,000 Marine elites and 1 million soldiers from various countries all gathered on the sea, ready to fight. Although there are more than 1 million people, at this moment, the island of Hogran is dead silent, and even needle-dropping sound can be heard. They were all waiting for that man to appear. Suddenly, heavy fog appeared on the sea, blocking the sight of the millions of troops. On the Red Harbor lookout, 100 Marines stood on the lookout tower, looking at the fog on the sea ahead with binoculars. Suddenly, a unicorn flag appeared in the sight of the telescope. "Come on!" The Marine soldier swallowed and gave a warning signal. "The enemy is here. It's the unicorn flag of the Carlo Empire." The high-pitched siren sounded, spreading to every corner of the island and beyond. With the sound of the siren, the fog on the sea dissipated, and countless warships and pirate ships appeared on the sea. It's the Sonic Pirates. Captain Katie Cullen, with a bounty of 722.5 million Bailey. And the Corruption Pirates, Captain Pullman Ron, has a bounty of 733 million Baileys. The Stinger Pirates, the Blood Knife Pirates, and the Black Wave Pirates are all world-famous pirate captains. And Germa's army of evil, and the army of slaughtering beasts. As the observers reported the name and origin of the enemy, the hearts of the millions of troops suddenly became heavier. "Where's the general?" "Who is the general?" Admiral Fujitora stood on the high platform and asked in a deep voice. The Marine observer who heard the question immediately began to look for the figure of the main general, and finally locked his eyes on the bow of the main battleship ahead. Yes, it is Akiji, former Marine Admiral Akiji. And the Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet. The main will be Akiji and Bullet. The voice of the observer was passed into the ears of every soldier through the telephone bug. The minds of countless Marine soldiers were in a trance. Thinking of Akiji's strength, everyone's hearts are heavy. The same goes for a lot of Marine Vice Admiral. Akiji's strength, they know best. Nor did they expect that one day they would face Akiji on the battlefield. No matter what Akiji was before, he is now our enemy. Admiral Fujitora shouted, "For the justice of the world, the evil must be eradicated." Fujitora's words inspired Marine soldiers and boosted their morale. At the same time, Admiral Momosagi's eyes searched everywhere for Keyenes. Whether it is Akiji or Bullet, although the combat power is terrifying, they are not the true master after all. The only person who truly terrified Marine and world government was John Keyenes, the killing tyrant. Without him, Marine and world government will not be able to relax for a moment. Suddenly, Momosagi's pupils shrank, and Admiral Fujitora's pure white eyes suddenly opened. I saw that 10 islands flew from the sky behind the fleet of the Carlo Empire. Such a shocking scene directly hit the hearts of millions of troops. Keyenes is coming. Fujitora's eyes were fixed on one of the 10 islands. Although the distance between the two sides is now far more than 10,000 meters, Fujitora's observation, Haki, still captures the breath of Keyenes. The unique atmosphere of Keyenes, unique in the world, Fujitora will never forget in this life. Keyenes is coming. Fujitora's eyes were fixed on one of the 10 islands. Although the distance between the two sides is now far more than 10,000 meters, Fujitora's observation, Haki, still captured the breath of Keyenes. The unique atmosphere of Keyenes, unique in the world, Fujitora will never forget in this life. Time passed, and the fleet of the Carlo Empire finally invaded the waters of the Red Harbor. 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar sounded, tearing apart the sky. Along with the roar, a thick black hole laser shot out from the island and shot through the sky in the blink of an eye. "Be careful, the meteorite is coming." Admiral Fujitora and Momosagi saw this and issued a warning. Today, Keyenes declaring war attack is well known. Sure enough, not long after the black hole laser shot through the sky, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and hundreds of flaming meteorites fell from the sky and crashed toward the Honggang Island. At this moment, the final battle between the Kingdom of Carlos and the conquest of the world has completely declared war. Over the island, the wind and clouds changed color, and hundreds of huge meteorites burning with flames fell from the sky and crashed. Gravity knife, tiger. Admiral Fujitora jumped into the air, and slashed with all his might. The purple light circles are like flower buds blooming, flying towards the sky and rising into the sky. The powerful horizontal gravity burst not only stopped the meteorites from falling, but also changed their confidence and smashed them towards the army of the Karo Empire. It's a bit of a trick. On Sky Island, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it. Hundreds of meteorites exploded with a bang, turning into meteorite wreckage all over the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Countless flaming meteorite wreckage fell on the island below, causing a monstrous fire. Even though Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral intercepted, countless Marines and soldiers from various countries were killed by meteorites or burned to death by fire. In no time, there were countless casualties. At the same time, the Carlo Empire's warships had already invaded within 3,000 meters of the waters of the Red Harbor. Standing on the bow of the boat, Qing Xiong jumped up and shot 2 icicles with both hands, piercing the sea. Then the icy cold air broke out, instantly freezing the sea completely. The sea, with a radius of tens of thousands of meters centered on Hong Kong, has directly turned into an ice road. The battlefield has been created. Kill and leave none. Keyenes gave the order from the sky, and the indifferent voice exploded in everyone's ears, accompanied by roars and shouts of killing. The millions of troops under Keyenes rushed out of their nests and rushed towards the Red Harbor Island. The millions of troops on the island of Red Harbor, also led by Admiral Fujitora and Momosaji, rushed out of the island and fought head-to-head with the army of the Carlo Empire. On this battlefield, the Keyenes side had 1 million troops, and the world government side had 1,200,000 troops. Altogether, that's an army of 2.2 million. The two armies rushed out, like two torrents colliding and pouring together. In just a moment when the two armies bordered and fought, the number of casualties exceeded 10,000. On the battlefield, Qing Xiong faced Admiral Fujitora, and Bullet faced Admiral Momosaji. The pirate captains under Keyenes met with Marine Vice Admiral. The two sides fought with a single thought in their mind: only if you die will I live. The battlefield here is like a huge warm meat grinder, killing countless Marines, pirates, and soldiers in a flesh. Keyenes stood on the Sky Island, glanced at the battlefield, and then looked at the sky. He knew that the battle at Red Harbor was just a prelude, and the real battlefield was still in the Holy Land, Mariewa. The observation hockey of Keyenes covers tens of thousands of meters. Of course, the countless breaths above Mariewa can be sensed. According to the information received in advance, the world government has summoned as many as 3 million troops from various countries. Add the power of Marine and world government. Marine's army is definitely 4 million. After removing the 1.2 million present on the island below from the 4 million, there are still 2.8 million. That is to say, in the Holy Land Mariewa, there are nearly 3 million troops who are deployed to fight them. And for this war, Keyenes brought a total of 2.5 million troops. 1 million troops were invested in Red Harbor, and on the 10 islands that Keyenes carried, there were another 1.5 million troops. 1.5 million against 3 million. The difference in strength is doubled, equivalent to 1 against 2. However, Keyenes didn't feel like he was going to lose, because his 1.5 million troops are the elite of the elite, and the 3 million troops in Holy Land Mariewa. At least 2 million are miscellaneous soldiers from various countries. Their combat power is simply vulnerable. Keyenes activated the black hole fruit ability, and 10 islands suddenly rose into the sky, flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters. When you come to the top of the Red Earth Road, you will see the huge ancient city of Mariewa. The various splendid buildings of the Holy Land, Mariewa, are all built around this. At this moment, 3 million troops are in every corner of the Holy Land of Mariewa. At the forefront of the army are Marine Marshal Kong, Marine Hero Garp, and Admiral Green Bull. Boom, 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 boom. 10 islands fell from the sky and were located on the Red Earth Road. With a roar of anger, countless pirates and soldiers rushed out of the island and set foot on the sacred land of the Red Earth continent. In the end, the two armies confronted each other, and they were deadlocked. Keyenes rode the dragon Leviathan and came to the front of the two armies. "Keyenes, are you really going to do this?" Kong roared sharply. "Do you know the consequences of what you did? Once you lose against the world government, your empire will be destroyed. Do you know how many people will die?" Keyenes sneered. "Kong, isn't it too late to say this? No matter what I do now, I can't stop it. Either I will defeat the world government and become the king, or I will die here and the kingdom of Carlo will vanish. Everything is unstoppable." After speaking, Keyenes waved his hand and gave the order to attack. "Little ones, conquer the world, blood-wash the holy land of Mariewa, and leave no one behind." As soon as the voice fell, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. The 1.5 million troops under his command immediately turned into a torrent of steel, charging towards the holy land, Mariewa. Kong's face changed, and he also issued an attack order. "Fight back for the justice of the world. Eradicate all evil." 3 million troops roared out, facing the army of the Kingdom of Carlo. The entire Red Earth Road trembled at this moment, and millions of people trampled it at the same time, which was enough to shake the huge red dragon that circled the world. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of artillery fire, shouts of killing, screams, and roars resounded endlessly. The battlefield here is more intense and harsh than the battlefield in Hongang. The capable armies under Keyenes activated their abilities at the same time, and the appearance of tens of thousands of Zoan-capable ones made the world conqueror stunned. Not only that, but there is also an army of evolutionaries, an army of slaughtering beasts. These three armies directly tore apart the army of world government, rushed into it, and killed countless people. The armies of various countries temporarily summoned by World Conqueror were indeed vulnerable, and they were almost collapsed in the face of the attack of the army under Keyenes. Especially the slaughtering beasts, although there are only 1,000 of them, but each of them is stronger than Marine Vice Admiral, and they're almost immortal. As long as they can't be killed at one time, they can recover immediately after receiving serious injuries. These 1,000 slaughtering beasts rushed into the battlefield and directly killed countless soldiers. Kong's complexion was ugly, as was Vice Admiral Garp. "Send pacifists, except for them. No one else can stop the slaughtering beasts." "Vice Admiral, Marine's Chief Staff Officer," said calmly. Kong nodded. "You're right. These beasts are too troublesome to be underestimated." Following Kong's order, a group of big bears appeared behind the Holy Land, and there were tens of thousands of bears. This is the complete version of the pacifist, and its strength is several times stronger than that of the trial product. Their combat power is also comparable to that of the Marine Elite Vice Admiral, and it is almost the same as slaughtering beasts. However, pacifists do not have the self-healing ability of the slaughtering beasts. As long as you break through the defense and hit the central key point, it can be destroyed. Mariewa, originally a holy place of peace, is now a battlefield. There are millions of troops killed here. Keyenes stood on the head of the dragon Leviathan, overlooking the entire battlefield. He didn't shoot, and Keyenes was still waiting for the real master to show up. In this war, the real key to victory or defeat still lies with Keyenes and him. "Keyenes, damn it, kid, the old man is coming against you." Marine Vice Admiral Garp stomped on Moonwalk, rushing towards Keyenes straight from the air. Facing the murderous Garp, Keyenes did not move. A man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind him and stopped him in midair. Boom! The two punched each other in midair, and finally both landed, regardless of whether they were up or down. Then the two shot at the same time, their fists collided, and a powerful shock wave broke out. This sudden appearance of the black-robed master who single-handedly blocked the Marine hero Garp, and the two were evenly matched. Who is he? He is so powerful. Who is this? Marshal Kong looked at the soul puppet with a solemn expression and asked in a low voice. I don't know. Marine has no information about this person. Staff Officer Crane shook her head and said, It really isn't easy. Kong looked away from the soul puppet to look behind Keyenes. He saw 6 figures in black robes standing behind Keyenes, looking down on the battlefield. One can block Garp. These 6 combat power levels must be extraordinary. Keyenes noticed Kong's gaze and smiled nonchalantly. You guys go and play. Keyenes instructed. First remove the Marine elite and CP agents, and the rest of the army is just a bunch of scumbags, which can be solved at the end. Understood. Leave it to me. Enel nodded and turned into a flash of lightning. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar with a bloodthirsty smile, soaring into the sky and flying over the battlefield. Afterwards, masters such as Edward Weibel, Marco, King, Quinn, Golden Emperor, Charlotte Kukri, etc., shot one after another. These people are the top core cadres under Keyenes, and each has a quasi-admiral level combat power. Even in the face of admiral can contend for a long time. Now that they joined the battlefield, causing huge casualties to Marine in an instant. A roar spread throughout the battlefield, and a huge black bull appeared in the center of the battlefield, trampling countless pirates from the Carlo Empire into flesh. The black bull is surrounded by black flames. You will die if you touch it. Is this the Marine Admiral Green Bull? It was the first time that Keyenes saw the Admiral Green Bull, and the first time he saw his abilities. Judging from a situation, he is a Zoan Devil Fruit power user, and it is also a Phantom Beast species. It's just that Keyenes doesn't know this ability, and he hasn't seen it in the Devil Fruit book. King, Quinn, go and stop that runaway black bull. Keyenes ordered. An unscrupulous Marine admiral would inflict heavy damage on the Carlo Kingdom side, and must be suppressed by someone. Such an admiral doesn't need Keyenes to send out a killing puppet. King and Quinn are enough to stop him. Even if the two of them lost, adding a Marco or the Golden Emperor would be more than enough. Keyenes' killing puppets are reserved for the 5 elders, so there's no need to waste it here. The war intensified, and countless people died tragically on this battlefield. Neither Keyenes nor Kong made any shots. At this moment, they were the commanders of the 2 armies and were responsible for directing the war. It's just that Keyenes has many strong men, and the advanced combat power far exceeds that of world government and Marine, and the balance of victory has begun to tilt. King and Quinn blocked the Admiral Green Bull, and Marco blocked the new Admiral Momosaji. Without Admiral restraint, Weibel, Katakuri, and the Golden Emperor can kill at will. Each of them is an invincible existence on this battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering countless Marine soldiers. It can't go on like this, Kong. Crane Vice Admiral shook her head and said, Our people are overwhelmed, and the Keyenes side obviously has some left over. Let them out. That's all it is. Kong sighed, then took out his phone and dialed a number. It's your turn. Clear. The dialogue was terse, but Keyenes was well prepared. Although he kept his eyes on Kong, observation hockey covered the entire Holy Land Mariewa. Keyenes sensed a lot of power within Mariewa as early as when he landed on the land. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded, and countless pirates rushed out of Mariewa and joined the battlefield. These pirates were very powerful and quickly helped Marines stop the rout. 2 people also appeared beside Kong. Red hair. Keyenes looked at Shanks, who was standing with Kong, and sneered. The red hair of the 4 emperors of the New World. It is an irony to join forces with Marine. People on the battlefield also noticed the appearance of red hair pirates, and the smell of gunpowder was stronger. I can't believe that the red hair of the 4 emperors would actually go hand in hand with the world government. What a shame for a pirate. Red hair pirates and Marine allied? We actually want to join forces with pirates. This is a shame of justice. Not only the soldiers on the Carlo Empire side were surprised, but even the soldiers on the Marine side were unbelievable. The alliance between the red hair pirates and world government is a top secret, known only to a few Marine executives. These low-level soldiers have been kept in the dark. Shanks shook his head and smiled, and said calmly, Keyenes, your ambition is too big, and it will eventually shake the whole world. For the sake of the world, I have to stand on the opposite side of you. Keyenes said blankly, come on if you want. One more you, and one less you won't change anything. Just a few more corpses. After speaking, Keyenes grabbed with his hand, and hundreds of flaming meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. Such tricks, seeing it with my own eyes, is indeed terrifying. Shanks looked up at the sky and pulled out the western sword from his waist. Pin! A blow broke the sky and instantly cut more than a dozen meteorites in half. The rest of the masters also took action to defeat the meteorite. But the remaining meteorite wreckage still caused a lot of casualties to Marine. Keyenes stood on top of Leviathan, and the red-haired Shanks and Beckman stepped out at the same time. He used his saber furiously to slash, but he swung the saber at will, and he chopped up a huge flying slash. Slash contains the best armament haki and conqueror's haki, and the attack is the top among the four emperors. Beckman fired several shots in a split second, automatically shooting like a shooting star, targeting Keyenes' body and lashing out. Keyenes drew his knife and passed by. With a flash of a knife, it directly defeated the ultimate move of Red Hair and Beckman. The slashing and killing intent were not exhausted, and the remaining power continued, lashing towards the Red Hair and Beckman. Boom! A huge shock wave exploded. The red-haired Shanks and Beckman were directly knocked into the air and fell heavily behind the battlefield. With just one move, Keyenes repelled the combined attack of the Red Hair Pirates captain and vice captain. This guy is actually so strong. Seeing that Shanks and Beckman were easily defeated, Kong's pupil shrank, and he could no longer stand on the sidelines. At this time, he will also make a move. Everyone saw a black shadow flash past. Kong disappeared directly in place and teleported to the top of Keyenes' head. Armament haki was wrapped in a huge fist and slammed into Keyenes' face. Keyenes had no expression on his face, but he also fought back with his fists, fist to fist. There is no stalemate and no rivalry. The moment the two fists collided, Kong's armament haki was defeated. With a click, the bones were brittle, Kong's right fist was twisted, and the bones were obviously broken. Keyenes' fist went straight to Kong's chest, knocking him straight into a bow. The shock wave penetrated through the body, and Kong flew out backwards. The blood was sprayed and scattered in the sky. With a loud bang, Kong smashed into the center of the battlefield, smashing a group of Marines to their knees. Kong, you are old. Keyenes returned to the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, still lightly breathing. Just as Garp and Sengoku lose their combat power as they age, Kong is older than them, and his combat power is naturally not at its peak either. Don't say Garp is an exception *****. Facing the world-class peak fighting power of Keyenes, Kong lost his right arm and injured his internal organs with just one punch. Just then, Shanks and Beckman finally returned, but they were a step too late. When they got up from the ruins, they just saw Kong being punched away by Keyenes. Go together! Shanks and Beckman looked at each other, and both saw the seriousness in the other's eyes. The two of them flickered and turned into two afterimages, one left and one right lashing towards Keyenes. At the same time, Kong also suppressed the injury and fired an energy burst at Keyenes. None of the three are capable, but they are all haki users of the highest order. Especially Shanks, Conqueror's haki's level is extremely high, approaching the realm of Keyenes. How dare you attack me with a little trick of carving stones? Keyenes smiled nonchalantly, drawing his knife and slashing down. Pot! Keyenes collided with the red-haired sword, unleashing a massive shockwave. The red-haired conqueror's field shattered in an instant and was directly slashed by Keyenes. Just then, Beckman appeared to Keyenes' right, and while firing his left hand, he clenched his fist and punched Keyenes in the head. With a flash, Keyenes jumped straight to the ground, dodging the ultimate move and kicking Beckman away. Then he punched backhand, just blocking Kong, who was attacking. The two fists collided, and the stalemate was only half a second, and the winner was already decided. You are too weak. Kong! Keyenes' fist suddenly exploded, and the power of the black hole fruit exploded, directly shattering Kong's hockey defense. The twisting power of the black hole suddenly appeared, shattering Kong's fist. At the same time as the flesh and blood flew, Kong shot backwards, and his left arm had completely disappeared. "It's over." Keyenes swung his knife a couple of times, and a pitch-black half-moon slash formed out of the air, directly hitting Kong's neck. "As long as it hits, Kong will surely die." "Your Excellency, the Marshal!" "Stop! No!" Countless Marine soldiers roared in rage, and Marine Vice Admiral Garp's eyes were split open with rage. Everyone rushed to the rescue as soon as possible, but they were all held back and could not get out. At the critical moment, a huge flying slash smashed through the air, blocking Keyenes' ultimate move. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Kong out of thin air, pulling him back quickly. The sword-wielding Five Elder was the one who made the ultimate move, and the bald-headed Five Elder was the one who saved people. The supreme leaders of world government finally appeared, and it was the two of them who took action to save people at the same time. Want to save him? Did you ask me? Kong was seriously injured and dying, and of course Keyenes wouldn't let him slip away. He stretched out his palm to aim at Kong, grabbed with 5 fingers, and the powerful black hole gravitational force instantly acted on Kong, pulling it back together with the bald-headed Five Elders. Keyenes' current black hole gravity is extremely terrifying, and no matter how the bald Five Elder struggled, he couldn't resist the crack. Helpless, he had no choice but to abandon Kong, and then use the anti-shock force that pushed him away to escape alone. In the face of life and death, he can only abandon Kong to protect himself. Boom! Keyenes grabbed Kong in his hands, and the force of gravity pressed against him, immobilizing him. Boo! 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 A few cracking winds sounded, and the remaining 3 Five Elders finally arrived. The murderous auras of the 5 people were released at the same time, causing the situation in the Holy Land to change color. Drop Kong, Keyenes! Don't make another mistake. There is still a way out now. The 5 Elders made threats, but they didn't dare to attack. Keyenes glanced at the 5 of them, indifferently. Click! A crisp sound. Although very light, it spread throughout the battlefield. Millions of eyes on the battlefield saw it all. Keyenes twisted Kong's neck, counting the dead Akainu and Sengoku. Marines' 3 consecutive marshals died at the hands of Keyenes. You want to die? The 5 Elders were furious, and with his sword, the sword-wielding 5 Elder slashed at Keyenes. The flying slash smashed the air attack, and the murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Facing the arrival of the ultimate move, Keyenes did not dodge or evade, nor did he make any defensive moves. Everyone saw a black shadow coming out of the sky and appearing in front of Keyenes, shattering the sharp slash with a punch. If you want to kill me, the 5 of you are not enough. Keyenes' mind moved, and the other 5 killing puppets fell behind him at the same time. At the same time, the magma puppet in front of Keyenes had activated the fruit ability. Great Eruption! The huge magma fist slammed out, carrying an extremely hot and terrifying aura. This is... The face of the 5 Elders changed. Apparently, they recognized the abilities of Lava Fruit. The sword-wielding 5 Elder and Lava Fruit fought against each other and were directly knocked back by the powerful force. It's too early to be surprised. The voice fell, and the 4 killing puppets behind Keyenes shot at the same time. The sparkling fruit puppet turned into golden light and appeared beside the blonde 5 Elder, kicking it away with 1 kick. The dark puppet appeared in front of another 5 Elders. The dark Uzumaki appeared in the palm, and a strong, dark gravitational force erupted. The death puppet came out of the surgery space and met the curly-haired 5 Elders. And the last giant Buddha puppet turned into a huge golden Buddha and released a shock wave of the giant Buddha towards the bald-headed 5 Elders. 5 puppets attacked at the same time, each of which was extremely terrifying, enough to suppress 5 Elders. Boom, 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 boom. Under a series of ultimate moves, the five elders fell into a hard fight and were extremely embarrassed. "Keyenes, you bastard! What have you done?" The sword-wielding five elders struggled to resist the attack of the magma golem, and their robes had been burned. "Damn, what are these guys? Is it also a pacifist?" The five elders really couldn't understand what the five killing puppets were. Outwardly, they look identical, similar to Marine's pacifist. But their strength is far beyond the pacifists. Not only armament hockey and observation hockey will be used, but also very high level. In addition, each has the most top-level capabilities. Lava fruit, sparkling fruit, dark fruit, big Buddha fruit, and op fruit. Two of them belong to the ex-Marine Admiral. One is from Marshal Sengoku. The other is the most vicious Logia, and the last is known as the ultimate devil fruit. Such combat power combined with devil fruit ability directly made five elders feel a little despair. Is this the only thing the supreme leaders of world government can do? Keyenes was disappointed. The five elders were not as strong as he thought. It can only be said that the strength of each of the five elders is admirable, but not the top. Not as good as a Keyenes. The killing puppets each have 70% of Keyenes' combat power. As Keyenes reached world-class peaks, their killing power increases. Today's slaughtering puppets do not need fruit ability, but also have top admiral-level combat power without it. Coupled with the devil fruit ability, it is enough to crush the five elders. Great eruption. Lava fruit punched the famous sword of the five elders with a punch, and at the same time the lava sprayed, it directly knocked him flying. At the same time, the magma fist quickly turned into a magma dog and took a bite towards the sword-wielding five elders. Dark Hound. Boom. The magma dog hit the sword-wielding five elders in the chest, directly breaking through his armament hockey defense. The belly of the sword-wielding five elders was opened with a large hole, and the fist of the magma puppet had pierced through his stomach. Bang! 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 With the surging of the magma fist, countless magma poured into the body of the sword-wielding five elders, burning his internal organs. It's the same as when a Keyenes pierced Whitebeard's stomach and burned his internal organs during Summit War. Sword-wielding five elder vomited blood, with unwillingness and anger on his face. However, he didn't have the monstrous vitality of Whitebeard after all, and he couldn't survive to the point where his internal organs were burned to the ground. As the magma puppet exploded its magma fist, the sword-wielding five elder was directly blown into countless pieces of flesh and blood, leaving no bones behind. Boom! The sword-wielding five elder was directly blown to pieces, leaving no bones behind. Seeing this scene, the remaining five elders were shocked, and there was a momentary delay in their actions. But it was this moment of delay that made them reveal their flaws. The four killing puppets attacked at the same time, crushing the five elders at the same time. Bang! 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 The four figures shot back, all of them spurting blood, apparently seriously injured. How can this be? Shanks and Beckman, who hurried in, were already stunned. Shanks, something is wrong. Beckman looked at Keyenes and his killing puppets with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Keyenes is obviously prepared, and these people under him are not simple." "I know, but now we have no way out." Shanks shook his head and said, "In today's battle, we have completely torn apart our face with Keyenes. There is only one person who can walk down the Holy Land safely after this." As he spoke, Keyenes was on the offensive again. With a big wave of his hand, the two rings on his hand shot out, rising in the face of the storm, turning into a fire cloud and a thunder cloud. Fire cloud Prometheus, thunder cloud Zeus. All of them are horny eyes made by Keyenes with his own soul, and the combat power has reached the admiral level. Go! Keyenes gave an order. The fire cloud Prometheus turned into a ferocious flame. Zeus changed from a white cloud to a dark cloud, and his body expanded rapidly, covering the sky over the Holy Land. Boom! Countless thunderbolts fell and smashed through Marine's army, causing countless casualties. That's what Big Mom is capable of. Keyenes, why can you use it? Shanks rushed in front of Keyenes and slashed down, roaring loudly. Keyenes grabbed the red-haired long knife with his palm, blocked his ultimate move, and said indifferently, "It's too early to be surprised. My abilities are more than that." After saying that, Keyenes held the knife in his right hand and aimed it at the red hair head-on. Shanks only had one hand. At this moment, the long knife was bound by Keyenes, unable to fight back, so he could only abandon the knife to dodge. He teleported to 100 meters away, dodging Keyenes' killer move. It's just that he just showed his true body, and the gravity of Keyenes' black hole has enveloped him. With 5 fingers, the red-haired Shanks was dragged back by Keyenes. "Shanks!" Beckman arrives to the rescue and fires a pistol, only to be devoured by Keyenes' black hole. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill you." Keyenes raised his hand and threw Shanks's saber Griffin casually. Griffin carried a sword light and penetrated Beckman's chest at lightning speed, bringing a touch of blood. Beckman, when the red hair saw Beckman collapsed, he was horrified and roared. The next moment, however, he was also caught in the palm of his hand by Keyenes. Puff! The black knife slashed across the red-haired chest, and blood sprayed into the sky. The red-haired face was unwilling, and the eyes were startled and angry. But the severe pain in his chest came violently, making him feel powerless. "Red-hair Shanks, you shouldn't have gone against me." Keyenes looked indifferently at the red-haired kneeling in front of him, looking indifferent. "The person who opposes me always only has one end, dead." The words fell, and Keyenes swung his knife across and slashed. A wisp of knife light suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash, and the red-haired head has been freed from the shackles of the neck and soared into the sky. The scene in the red-haired eyes quickly hung upside down and then plunged into endless darkness. At this point, the last 4 Emperors pirate died in battle. Captain Shanks, is that a lie?" When Locky Lou, Yassop, and other cadres saw the red hair being beheaded by Keyenes, their faces changed wildly. They couldn't believe it. The cadres of red hair pirates all charged at Keyenes, either for revenge or for Shanks' body. However, they couldn't get rid of the entanglement of Enel, Shiryu of Rain, and others. Just take one step, and you've already been knocked back. Shanks, seriously wounded Beckman, lay on the ground, looking at Shanks, whose body was divided into 2 parts, with a grief on his face. "Don't worry, I'll send you down to find him soon." Keyenes swung his sword diagonally, slashing out of the air, tearing the ground, and hitting Beckman with precision. Pin! The knife light flashed by. Beckman was stabbed in the chest, blood spurted wildly, and finally fell heavily. Keyenes had seriously injured Beckman in the previous blow. Coupled with this one-hit kill, Beckman finally died of anger, following in the footsteps of Shanks. So far, all the captains and co-captains of Red Hair Pirates have been killed, and when Keyenes killed Redhead and Beckman, the 4 or 5 elders could no longer hold on, and were forced into a corner by Keyenes' 4 killing puppets. Big Buddha Shockwave. The giant Buddha puppet fell with a palm, and the shockwave of the giant Buddha hit the bald 5 elders, knocking them flying over 1,000 meters. The bald-headed 5 elders spurted blood wildly. Their chests were sunken, their breath was extremely weak, and they were already on the verge of dying. At this time, the remaining 3-5 elders finally opened their mouths for help. "Lord M, please forgive me for my incompetence, and please ask Mr. M to take action and wipe out the sinner." Thanks to Lord M to take action. The 3 seriously injured 5 elders jumped to the side of the bald 5 elders and shouted at the sky. The voice fell, and a shocking roar suddenly came from the center of the city. The sound of the roar formed an unintentional sound wave, which swept over and covered the entire battlefield. Under the impact of the sound wave, countless pirates and marines' eardrums ruptured, and their 7 orifices bleed, and they were killed by the sound wave on the spot. Keyenes swung his sword and slashed out of the sky, tearing apart the space, forming a black hole, swallowing the sound wave into it, reducing the pressure on his army. Although the rescue was timely, tens of thousands of pirates died in the attack. Just like the Carlo Empire's side, The marine side also suffered heavy casualties. The sonic attack that broke out just now was an indiscriminate attack, and everyone was its target. The battlefield was dead silent, and countless eyes looked at that place in the distance. The color of fear and panic was beyond words. Boom! Under the gaze of millions, the central building, a symbol of Mariewa's most noble building, exploded. Then a giant dragon soared into the sky and flew into the sky. Countless people looked at the flying dragon, and infinite panic rose in their hearts. Because the size of this giant dragon is too big, its body continuously drilled out of the building as if the dragon tail could not be seen. When the giant dragon appeared above the sky, countless pirates and marine soldiers fell to the ground in fright. This is a giant dragon with a body size of more than 5,000 meters. The whole body is crimson red and covered with dragon scales. A pair of huge eyes is like a lake, looking down at the millions of creatures below like millions of building ants. And above the dragon's head, there was a tall figure standing. The figure could not see the face clearly, but those who were present at the awakening observation hockey could sense the aura of that person. Just looking at him, fear involuntarily surfaced in their heart. Even Enel, Weibel, and Shiryu of the Rain, the unruly strong men who killed countless people, couldn't suppress the panic in their hearts. That is the crushing of the life level, which cannot be controlled by the will. They don't want to be afraid, but their body's instinct tells them that this person they can't match. Finally out, Keyenes stared blankly at the dragon and figure in the sky. Among the millions of people present, only Keyenes was not afraid of the mighty coercion of the sky, one man and one dragon. Keyenes knew that this dragon was the most powerful of the ancient weapons, Uranus. Uranus has always been dominated by world government. 800 years ago, world government was able to conquer the world, and it was all thanks to the power of Uranus. And the one who can stand above Uranus must be the king of celestial dragons, Lord Im. My subordinate seized Lord Im. Seeing Im's appearance, the three seriously injured five elders hurriedly knelt down and saluted. As for the bald-headed five elders, he was severely injured and unconscious. And the millions of pirates and marines present were shocked and unbelievable when they saw the five elders kneeling. They couldn't imagine who this Im was, and even the five elders would kneel and salute him. A bunch of trash. I'm so disappointed. Im's eyes were indifferent, looking at the five elders kneeling on the ground, and finally set his eyes on the unconscious bald five elders. The waste that loses its value, there is only death. A bunch of trash. I'm so disappointed. Im's eyes were indifferent, looking at the five elders kneeling on the ground, and finally he set his eyes on the unconscious bald five elder. The waste that loses its value, there's only death for him. Im's pupils shrank, and the space within his sight suddenly distorted. Then, the body of the bald five elder twitched and exploded into a cloud of blood. The five elders felt the minced flesh falling on their face, but they didn't dare to move. They still knelt on the ground, shivering. Keyenes glanced at the three and smiled nonchalantly. Since you want to kill, why don't I help you? Keyenes swung a knife, and three black holes shot out, turning into three streamers and hitting the five elders. Boom! Three huge fireballs soared into the sky, and the space distorted and exploded, forming a black hole Uzumaki. The flames and shock waves generated by the explosion had not yet had time to spread, and were already swallowed by the black hole Uzumaki. By the time everything subsided, the five elders had been smashed to pieces, and there were no bones left. Since then, the five elders, who represent the highest power in world government, have all been killed. Marines seem to have lost its faith, and their fighting spirit fell to the rock bottom. On the other hand, Im, who was above the sky, remained expressionless, as if it were not the five elders that died, but five small ants. He looked at Keyenes and said nonchalantly, "You've pissed God off, lowly wispy." As soon as he finished speaking, Uranus, who was under his feet, immediately opened his bloody mouth and spit out a dragon's breath at Keyenes. This dragon's breath is simply a huge flame pillar with a diameter of hundreds of meters. At this moment, a dragon roar sounded. The same flame pillar rose into the sky from behind Keyenes and hit the flame pillar that fell from the sky. The two flame pillars collided in the sky, producing endless explosions, and eventually both were annihilated. Keyenes' last killing puppet finally showed its fruit power. Everyone saw a huge blue dragon soaring into the sky and came to the sky above Keyenes' head. It was the blue dragon puppet that ate the green dragon fruit. Although the killing puppet turned into a blue dragon, its size was less than a kilometer, which was several times smaller than Uranus. But the momentum displayed on the body is not weaker than Uranus at all. Enel, Shiryu, you are in charge of commanding the battlefield. Bloodbath Mariewa, not a single one should be left alive. After saying this, Keyenes soared into the sky, landed on top of the dragon puppet's head, and then flew above the clouds in the sky. In the sky of the Holy Land, Mariewa, dark clouds gathered and lightning and thunder flashed as if the end is coming and the sky is collapsing. Two giant dragons hovered in the sky, and two world-class powerhouses stood on top of the giant dragons, facing each other. Despicable mortal, damn you! It was the first mover, clenching the palm of his hand on Keyenes. Keyenes saw the space ahead collapsed inch by inch, revealing dark space cracks. In 10,000ths of a second, the ultimate move was already on Keyenes. Keyenes slashed with a knife, and 9 black holes appeared around him. As the black hole rotates, the collapsed space is distorted and restored, blocking the invisible killer move. Space fruit. Keyenes narrowed his eyes slightly, judging the ability I was using. Judging from the previous shot and the shot just now, it is very likely that him is a space fruit person. There is no record of this fruit in the illustrated book, and there is no news about it in the world. But from the point of view of Im's free energy manipulating space, he should be a space fruit person. Roar! One move failed. Uranus's ultimate move has followed one after another. A thick column of flame shot towards Keyenes, and the air instantly boiled. The Qinglong puppet is naturally not to be outdone, and also fights back with dragon breath. The two giant dragons rolled in the sky, and the dragon breaths kept on colliding fiercely. But after all, Qinglong couldn't compare to Uranus. The power of the dragon's breath was suppressed, and it was gradually at a disadvantage. At a critical moment, Keyenes raised his hand, and Prometheus, a cloud of fire in the distance, flew in and rushed into Qinglong's mouth. Then the power of the dragon's breath suddenly increased sharply, and the defense turned into an offense. With the blessing of Prometheus, the dragon breath of the Azure Dragon puppet is no less powerful than Uranus. It's not over yet. Keyenes' mind moved, and Zeus, the thundercloud in the sky, suddenly rioted. With a roar of thunder, countless thick thunderbolts fell from the sky, hitting Uranus like a torrential rain. Uranus is more than 5 kilometers in size, and there is almost nowhere to avoid this thunderstorm. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions sounded, and Uranus was struck by lightning thousands of times in an instant. Flames burned, electric snakes surged, and Uranus struggled in the thunderstorm. Seeing this, Im waved his hand, and the space above his head was distorted, forming a huge space crack. The powerful gravitational explosion swallowed all the thunder and lightning into it. When the lightning disappeared and the flames went out, Uranus slowly hovered and flew, and the body surface was still unscathed. What a strong defense! Keyenes' eyes narrowed slightly, but it wasn't unexpected, obviously expecting this. The defensive power of dragon scales is terrifying. The blue dragon that Kaido transformed into can swim in lightning, not to mention Uranus. Although Zeus' thunderbolt is stronger than natural lightning, it is still difficult to hurt Uranus. It's still up to me. Keyenes jumped, slashing down with a knife in both hands. A huge black slash burst out of the air, instantly pierced through thousands of meters of space and came to Uranus's eyes. Humph! Im snorted coldly, and the space in front of him distorted and exploded, directly swallowing Keyenes' slash. However, in the next moment, countless slashes had already been fired. Looking up at the sky from the surface, countless flying slashes cut through the sky, like a meteor shower coming from outside the sky. Im freed from the top of Uranus's head and flew before the slash, his hands spread out, and the space was separated by him like thin paper. Countless slashes were naturally redirected and shot to both sides. At the same time, Uranus shot at Keyenes, trying to swallow it. "You are courting death." Keyenes crossed the knife in front. Emission hockey covered the blade, and blood flashed in his eyes. Overlord Saber, dragon slaying. A knife fell, the world turned upside down. An extremely blood-red half-moon-shaped slash smashed out of the air, breaking through Emu's space-distorting blockade and smashed into Uranus' body. The powerful impact directly sent Uranus' huge body, which was over 5 kilometers away, about to fly. After the power of the slash exploded, it broke through the defense of the Uranus dragon scale and ripped open its flesh. Puff! Dragon scales splattered and blood spurted. Uranus let out a roar, and the fear was even worse in the huge eyes. Its huge body was forcibly stopped in the sky, and between the body tumbling, the dark clouds rolled, setting off a violent wind wave. Im saw a huge wound on Uranus' abdomen, which was split by Keyenes, and the length was hundreds of meters. Combining Keyenes' black hole fruit, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey's knife, it is enough to instantly kill Marine Admiral and seriously injure the 4 emperors. But Uranus took this move, but only suffered a small injury. Compared with its huge body, the distance of more than 100 meters is really insignificant. And the granulation at the Uranus wound is intertwined, and the wound is healing fast as the muscles twitch. Compared with Uranus, the blue dragon transformed by Kaido is far from defense or self-healing power. Dimensional slash. At this moment, Im's ultimate move came crashing down. I saw that he raised his hand and slashed, and the space in front was all twisted and folded, turning into an endless space and smashing through the air. The moment the slash appeared, Keyenes felt threatened. This move is enough to hurt him. Devour knife, 6 sky, unbounded. Keyenes swung his knife and slashed, and 6 black holes shot out, revolving around them in a circle. At the moment when the extreme moves collided, 6 black holes exploded and shot in 6 directions, forming a huge black hole field. The space in the center of the 6 black holes was distorted, forming the black hole Uzumaki, which devoured all of Im's space slashes. Then the space fragmented. The black hole disintegrated and exploded, creating a huge space-time Uzumaki. In the sky above the Holy Land Mariewa, a huge space-time Uzumaki took shape. The powerful gravitational explosion rippled and distorted the space. The deep cloud layer was torn apart, and then swallowed into the space Uzumaki. Pirates and Marines fighting on the surface of Mariewa were also sucked in by gravity. Before approaching the center of Uzumaki, it was already torn apart by the powerful gravity, leaving no bones behind. Keyenes was suspended in the sky. Dark Uzumaki appeared in the palm of his hand, aiming at him in front, and a strong, dark gravitational force erupted. Im shuddered, struggling but being pulled over by Keyenes. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the dark Uzumaki, a space crack appeared on Im's side. He got into it and disappeared immediately. Losing his target, Keyenes also put away the dark Uzumaki, and his observation hockey spread out, searching the surrounding void inch by inch. At the same time, the lava puppet, the flash puppet, and the dark puppet rose into the sky at the same time and joined the battlefield. The 5 elders were already dead, and no one on the battlefield can stop Keyenes' killing puppet at this time. It is enough to have Soul Puppet, Death Puppet, and Buddha Puppet below. Lava Puppet's arm turned into a giant lava fist and punched Uranus on the back. The flash puppet released 8-foot Kyanga jade, and countless flash bombs hit Uranus. The dark puppet stood directly on Uranus' back, with dark smoke erupting from his hands, attempting to engulf Uranus. Uranus naturally could not bear the onslaught of 3 killing puppets at the same time. The huge body trembled violently, trying to get rid of the 3 killing puppets. At the same time, being attacked also caused it to be bruised all over, roaring and wailing. Suddenly, Keyenes' eyes focused on a position in the void. His figure flashed and disappeared immediately. The next moment, a knife light swept across the void, leaving a space crack. Im's figure emerged from the crack in space, and his body quickly retreated. Keyenes forced him into a corner, resulting into a close-quarters fight with him. Im is a space fruit power user. Long-range attacks will be easily swallowed by him with space cracks. No amount of attacks are useful. To defeat him, only close combat. Keyenes slashed like electricity, and the light of the knife was both vertical and horizontal, and he slashed hundreds of thousands of knives in 1 second. Im used palms and fists to fight, and every time the blades and palms collided, a powerful shock wave would erupt. Swallowing knife does slash. Keyenes slashed down with a slash, crushing people with momentum. The space in Im's palm was distorted, turning his palm into a fist, and the 2 attacks collided. Boom! The space was twisted and exploded. Meanwhile, the blade and the fist did not even touch. The 2 exploded their conqueror's hockey at the same time, forming black and red lightning crisscrossing each other. In an instant, the sky and the earth shook, and the endless momentum rose into the sky, directly dispersing all the dark clouds tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The original blue color of the sky was shrouded in black clouds, turning the world upside down. But in an instant, it turned into a cloud of thousands of miles, and the sun was shining brightly. Changing the climate of the world has become a flip of hands for both Keyenes and Im. Click, click, click. Between the blade and the fist, the space cracked with dense cracks. Then it exploded with a bang, releasing an endless shockwave. Keyenes and Im were shaken back by the shockwave at the same time, but Keyenes used the power of the black hole to dissolve the shock in an instant, and then chased after him. Swish! Everyone saw a streamer descending from the sky, and then another streamer was chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 streamers collided. Keyenes held up his black knife, and the 4 different forces of black hole fruit, dark fruit, armed hockey, and conqueror's hockey were combined into one, and he finally slashed down. Overlord slash, instant flash, pin. The ultimate move was unsheathed in a split second, and Keyenes had brushed past him. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out, and a bloody wound opened on Im's shoulder. Keyenes turned and looked on falling down, and the ultimate move was launched again. The wounded Im groaned, ignoring the wound on his shoulder, and gave the space around Keyenes a hard grip. The space around Keyenes collapsed inch by inch, then squeezed toward the center. The space around Keyenes formed a sphere and locked him inside. As the space squeezed and collapsed, Keyenes' survival range rapidly dwindled. If he can't escape in time, he will be directly squeezed into dust and disappear completely. Devouring knife, lifeless destruction. Keyenes swung his knife across 360 degrees, and the circular slash smashed out of the air, directly tearing apart the space. Not only that, Keyenes fired 99 knife slashes in an instant, directly smashing the space sphere made by him. After breaking the cage, Keyenes teleported directly in front of him and slashed down with a knife. A knife fell, directly breaking Im's body and splitting it in half. However, when the knife hit, Keyenes did not let his guard down. Because of the knife, just now, Keyenes didn't feel the touch of the flesh. Immediately after that, he saw Im, who was divided into 2 halves. There was no blood coming out of the wound, and the breath still existed. Then the space was dislocated, and the 2 halves of the body slowly moved closer and healed directly together. Im was unscathed. The ability of the space fruit has been developed to the limit by Im. Although not Logia, but the power to avoid damage is stronger than Logia. In theory, as long as M was using the space to dislocate. No matter what tricks Keyenes uses, he can't hit him, and it'll be dodged by space dislocation. Humble mortal, it is your honor to be able to hurt me. But as a price, you will fall today. M's voice was indifferent, and with a wave of his hands, all the space within a radius of 10,000 meters was twisted and folded. Countless M appeared around Keyenes, more than 10,000 people, as if he were everywhere. Keyenes' observation hockey enveloped all M, but couldn't discern his breath, because everyone's breath was real. Ant, go to hell. Tens of thousands of M shot at the same time, the endless space distorted, turned into sharp blades, and shot at Keyenes. At this time, attacks from all directions was the most bizarre space trick. For a moment, Keyenes' heart was shaken, and it was like facing an unsurmountable enemy. Dark domain, unbounded destruction. Endless dark smoke erupted from Keyenes, engulfing him in an instant, covering a radius of thousands of meters. Countless space blades shot into the dark smoke, attacking nonstop, tearing the dark smoke to pieces. M's move is like lightning, and with a wave of his hand, he flung countless space sharp blades. The deadly ultimate move lasted for several minutes, until the dark realm was torn apart. Keyenes has disappeared, and the breath has completely disappeared too, and only a black hole was left suspended in the sky. Seeing this, M frowned slightly, and his murderous aura skyrocketed. But at the same time, the black hole suddenly became larger, 1,000 times larger in an instant, directly engulfing the space field created by him. Before M could react, he found himself at the center of the black hole. The powerful dark gravity was pulling at him, trying to disintegrate his body. But he exerted the power of space to reverse the power of the distorted space of the black hole, and only barely survived in the black hole. Black holes can devour everything, and even lie cannot escape. But only space cannot be swallowed and decomposed by black holes. The existence of black holes requires space. It can be said that black holes and space coexist with each other, but also destroy each other. Dark gravity. In the black hole, an angry shout suddenly sounded. M's body was out of control and fell directly into a cloud of dark smoke. The next moment, M directly felt a burst of powerlessness. His fruit power is gone. Even though M has lived for 800 years, it is likely that the inhibition of the fruit power person by seawater and sea stone has been reduced to minimum. But dark fruit's restraint on the ability person cannot be eliminated. This is devil fruit's ability restraint. Keyenes has the ability of dark fruit, destined to restrain all demon fruit power. Devouring knife, black dragon double slash. The dark space trembled, and after the space twisted, just disappeared. He was swallowed by the black dragon slash. But in the black hole, even light cannot exist, so M was naturally unable to see the black dragon slash. Puff! M's chest burst open, then on his back, on his face, on his hands, and on his feet. Attacks were everywhere, and every corner of M's body was attacked at the same time. He could not see where the attack was coming from, nor could he see his own blood, because all the blood has been swallowed and decomposed at the moment of leaving the body. At the same time, the twisting power of the black hole was also twisting his body, and endless pain came from all over the body. M was shocked, and at this moment finally felt the taste of death. Boom! The black hole in the sky exploded, and endless dazzling rays of light erupted. A black shadow shot out from it, and blood was splattered all over the sky. Keyenes flew through the air and turned into a black streamer, chasing after him. With a slight wave of the black knife, thousands of knife energy slashes were sent vertically and horizontally. The seriously injured M regained his consciousness with difficulty, raised his hand, and manipulated the space to twist layer by layer, turning it into a space barrier. Boom, 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 boom. A series of slashes hit the space barrier, causing a series of shock waves. Finally, under the strong attack of Keyenes, the space barrier cracked, and then it burst open with a bang. The streamer, which was actually Keyenes, flashed in front of him in an instant, and before him could react, it pierced through his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Im fell back, badly wounded, distance from Keyenes. Im saw that his whole body was covered with bruises and blood. There was a huge blood hole in the chest, and one can even vaguely see the white bones and the internal organs. Ordinary people would have already died no less than 100 times over from such injuries, but has not died, and the wounds on his body are healing quickly. After all, Im had also undergone the surgery for immortality and lived for 800 years, practically an immortal. This ability gives him a powerful self-healing ability. Not only does he have it, but so does Keyenes. If you want to kill him, you must use a more powerful killing move. And it is a one-time complete solution. Uranus, come back. Im pointed to his chest, staring at Keyenes in the distance, and ordered in a low voice. He had just seen the full strength of Keyenes and wanted to recall Uranus to help him fight. Not only that, but Im looked at Keyenes with a hint of fear in his eyes which wasn't there in the beginning. As the saying goes, the longer one lives and the higher the status, the more afraid of death he becomes. And that's what Im was feeling right now. He has lived for 800 years. He rules everything in the world. He is above all living beings and regards countless mortals as ants. During these 800 years, he was the king of the world. He has enjoyed all the good things, so he cherishes it all the more. He doesn't want to die. Unfortunately, Uranus was being entangled by the Qinglong puppet, the magma puppet, the killing puppet, and the great Buddha puppet, and could not escape at all. The 4 killing puppets joined forces to attack, almost looking like the scene of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Today's Uranus has already been bruised and beaten badly. If it weren't for its powerful vitality and self-healing ability, it would have been beheaded by the killing puppet. It can't save you. Keyenes said nonchalantly, "Today you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, Keyenes slashed in rage. The autumn water blade burst into black and red blood, and then countless flying slashes burst out of the sky, covering all the vital points of Im's body. Wherever the slash passed, the space was twisted and torn apart, and dark space cracks appeared. There is also the powerful power carried by Conqueror's Haki, which seems to suppress time and space. Facing the attack of the killer move, Im burst out with fierce strength. With a tear of both hands, the space in front was torn apart by him, forming a huge space crack. All of Keyenes' slashes were swallowed up by the space crack. "Lowly ant, you." Before Im had finished speaking, a jet of black smoke had already erupted, covering the entire sky. Even if it is a space crack, it cannot be swallowed up in a short time. At the moment of contact with the black smoke, Im once again felt powerless. Pin! A knife light flew out of the black smoke, directly breaking the space barrier and hitting Im's chest. The slash passed, and blood flew, and I was injured on the spot. The power of this knife. I'm staggered backwards, shock in his eyes. Just because the power of Keyenes' knife is far more powerful than before, at least doubled. Boom! A sharp aura erupted from the black mist, and Keyenes appeared in his true form. Im saw that Keyenes was surrounded by evil aura, and Conqueror's Haki came out through his body, forming a red substantial armor. At this moment, the appearance of Keyenes has changed greatly, and the power has increased several times. That's right, Keyenes has activated the power of the soul fruit, burning his soul life. And it burns directly at one time for 100 years of life. With the blessing of life energy being sacrificed, Keyenes' strength has increased several times. Suffer to death. Keyenes disappeared instantly, teleported to Im, and slashed down. Pin. Im flipped his palm to control the space barrier to block, but after only holding on for a moment, he was smashed by the slash. When one slash fell, Im was directly chopped off and pushed back for several kilometers. Then, Keyenes flashed quickly and swept across the sky for several thousand meters, came to Im's side in an instant, and followed by another slash. This time, I was injured in the back and was slashed deep into his flesh, and his spine was almost cut off. Pot, 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 pot. Keyenes' move was like lightning, and the sword light was vertical and horizontal, and it remained in the sky for a long time. And it was like a living target who was beaten and killed by Keyenes, and he was powerless to fight back. Overlord / anti-dragon strangulation. Keyenes flew to the highest point in the sky and fell with a knife. 9 roaring red dragons slashed wildly, hitting him in the chest as much as possible. 9 dragons flew into the sky, engulfing him's body, and then fell down, hitting the red clay road. Boom! The red earth continent trembled, as if a magnitude 18 earthquake had occurred. Countless huge cracks run through the red earth continent, winding out like a spider web. In the end, the laterite road collapsed and sunk, and a huge gap appeared on the red earth continent. The gap is 10,000 meters long and extends directly to the sea, connecting the first half of the Grand Line and New World. The dragon that surrounds a world, the tallest and longest mountain in the world, was split open by Keyenes. Mariehua's millions of troops stopped fighting at this moment, all staring at the huge gap in the red earth continent. Their brain went blank. It was unbelievable for them. You must know that this is the red earth continent, a huge mountain that can even separate the world. Even climbing it is a difficult thing to do, let alone splitting it. No one has ever thought that one day there will be human beings who can split the red earth continent, their own power. Millions of people are aware of the aftermath, and a feeling of fear emerges in their hearts. Fortunately, Keyenes and Im's battlegrounds are far from them. If their battle is over Mariehua, the knife will hit Mariehua. And under this knife, millions of people here will be killed in an instant, and there will be no bones left. Fearing the terrifying power of the Keyenes, the world government armies have lost their will to fight. The Marine Army, which was on the verge of collapse, finally collapsed. The soldiers of the coalition army, formed by the countries, began to flee, and after that was Marine. Even if Marine's top management came out to stop it, it was of no avail. Millions of troops fleeing backwards at the same time. The scene is really shocking. On the other hand, the army of the Carlo Empire was chasing after the victory, carrying the general trend to hunt down Marine who had fled. For a time, countless fleeing Marine soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and even more than people died of escape and stampede. Above the sky, Keyenes came down from the sky. Observation hockey swept the ruins beneath his feet, looking for Im's breath. Keyenes didn't let up for a moment before it was determined that Im was dead. Suddenly, Keyenes' eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand and grabbed it suddenly. Dark gravity erupted, and a figure was caught from the bottom. This person is impressively, I'm the king of celestial dragons. And now his whole body has been dyed red with blood. His body is twisted and deformed, and one hand and one leg have disappeared. The chest is sunken, with 3 blood holes running through the lower abdomen and right chest. Although the breath is still there, it is on the verge of death. Although the wounds on the body are healing on their own, the speed has begun to slow down. The self-healing ability brought by immortality is also limited. As long as the limit is exceeded, no matter how powerful the self-healing ability is, it cannot save Im's life. Boom! Keyenes grasped Im in the palm of his hand, and the dark smoke enveloped him, robbing him of his powers. After living for 800 years, the position of the king of this world should be replaced. Keyenes didn't talk nonsense, swung the knife sharply, and disappeared in a flash. Im's head soared into the sky, and a column of blood spurted out. As Keyenes retracted the knife, he swung his right hand and lifted Im's head in his hand. At this point, Im, the king of celestial dragons who ruled the world and conquered for 800 years, died completely. Roar! Sensing that Im was killed, Uranus roared wildly. Its huge bodies hovered in the sky, roaring towards Keyenes. Beast, you're just looking for death. Keyenes glanced coldly. The black knife around his waist was already unsheathed. Pin! A blade of light pierced through the sky, flying through the air, hitting Uranus' huge body. Boom! The huge impact of the slash directly slashed Uranus into a bloody figure. Where Uranus was hit by the knife, the dragon scales were shattered, and flesh and blood flew. At this moment, the Qinglong puppet bit Uranus's abdomen, and the sharp teeth directly broke the dragon scale defense. Then, a dragon's breath exploded directly, hitting Uranus at close range, burning its body. Uranus was in pain, wailing, and roaring up to the sky. At this time, the ultimate move of the magma puppet has also arrived. It fell from the sky, jumped directly into the open mouth of Uranus, and the huge lava fist exploded. Great eruption! The magma fist exploded, burning Uranus' flesh and digging deep into his body. Although the dragon scales on the surface of Uranus' body are unparalleled in defense, the defense power inside the body is not comparable to that of the outside. The magma puppet broke through directly from the inside, and the lava burned through Uranus' abdomen and burst out. Immediately afterwards, the ultimate move of the flash puppet also followed. Countless flashbangs hit Uranus' wound, causing a chain of explosions and flames. In an instant, Uranus was directly enveloped in flames. In the end, the giant Buddha puppet appeared on top of Uranus' head and stomped it down from the sky. Then came a series of big Buddha shockwaves. Boom, 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 boom. Uranus was attacked by a series of shock waves, and he sprayed blood while crying miserably. Fear appeared in the lake-like eyes, and the fierce light in them quickly weakened. Then it soared into the sky and fled directly into the distance as a last resort. "Want to go?" Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. With a big wave of his hands, the black hole gravity exploded directly, pulling Uranus back. Roar! Uranus struggled violently. His roar resounded through the sky, but he was powerless to resist. Keyenes soared into the sky. The black knife Autumn Rain was held in front of him, shining a dazzling black and red light. The Overlord sword and dragon slaying strike. Keyenes swung the knife down, and the blade slashed for thousands of meters and swept across the sea. Ha! A knife fell, and the world fell silent. Uranus' huge body was split into two from the middle and was cut in half. Done! Uranus let out a desperate roar, and the huge body fell from the sky, hitting the red line heavily. Although it was cut in half, Uranus' half-body was still huge. Uranus' huge eyes stared at the sky, then slowly closed, and finally disappeared. At this point, Uranus was also beheaded by Keyenes along with him. However, after Uranus died, its huge dragon body suddenly became extremely hot, emitting violently high temperatures. Afterwards, the huge dragon body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its skeleton also melted, and all the flesh and blood essence condensed into a sea of magma. In the end, the magma sea gathered together, and the volume quickly shrank, becoming an oval stone that was more than 200 meters long and more than 100 meters wide. Keyenes sensed the breath of life from the stone. Keyenes fell from the sky, standing on the stone, bowed his head in silence. Uranus eggs? It was clear from all indications that these were eggs of Uranus right under Keyenes' feet. Uranus, the strongest being among ancient weapons. Its origin, appearance, and ability are all a cloud of fog. It wouldn't have sent Uranus to fight if Keyenes had not come to the Holy Land today. Now Uranus is killed, and the corpse is turned into an egg, which is obviously the way of Uranus inheritance. Once the old Uranus is killed, the new Uranus is reborn in this way, and the person who cultivated Uranus himself is the new master of Uranus. Uranus will only have one master in his life, and he will never betray in its eternal life. Only by training new Uranus can Keyenes become the new master of Uranus. It was a pleasant surprise. With a grim smile, Keyenes waved his hand to create the black hole Uzumaki and swallowed the Uranus egg into it. Im and Uranus are dead, and what remains in the Holy Land of Marioa are few remnants, and there is no possibility of them turning the world upside down in his presence. Keyenes looked at the battlefield in the distance, soaring into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he was already above the battlefield. The forces of the world government side have been constantly losing ground. Marshal Kong was killed, Admiral Greenbull and Vice Admiral Garp were seriously injured, and more than 70% of Marines' high-ranking people died in battle, and they no longer had the power to face the Carlo Empire's army. Countless people fled towards the rear of Mariewa, wailing and screaming incessantly. Keyenes drew his knife and slashed down lightly, and with a swipe of a bright light, it became slash of over 10,000 meters. Boom! A bottomless ravine was cut directly behind Mariewa, blocking their escape. Keyenes hovered in the sky, his voice booming, resounding from every corner of Mariewa. The king of celestial dragons, has been killed, and the 5 elders and Martial Marine have been killed. Those who lay down their weapons and kneel down and surrender shall be spared from death. Those who stubbornly resist shall be killed without mercy. Hearing Keyenes' voice, countless people dropped their weapons and fell to their knees in surrender. They are all coalition armies of different nations under the world government. Originally, they were cannon fodder, but now that they saw world government defeated, they were naturally the first to surrender. Still stubbornly resisting were only few Marine soldiers. They're the backbone of the army. Of course, there were also Marines who surrendered, but not many. Especially the Hawk Marine, who were stubborn and chilling. It can be said that they would rather die than surrender. Don't listen to him. As Marine, how can you surrender to a sinner? I would rather die than surrendering to the pirates. For Marines' justice, fight to death. Countless Hawk Marines launched suicide attacks and fought bloody battles with the army of the Carlo Empire. However, their combat power is too weak, the number is too small, and they were almost destroyed after a few exchanges. Keyenes hovered in the sky, swinging his knife at will. The sword light flashed, slashing and flying, killing a Hawk Marine Vice Admiral on the spot. Afterwards, Keyenes looked at the seriously injured Garp and Admiral Greenbull and said indifferently, "Garp, are you still not surrendering? Marine has already been defeated. If you fight again, you'll surely die." Garp gave a deep smile. This old man has fought for justice all his life and has never surrendered. This is the end of the matter, and the old man is not ready to change that today. Keyenes, do it. Keyenes shook his head calmly. Then I'm welcome. After speaking, Keyenes quickly drew his sword. Everyone saw the flash of the knife, and Keyenes had already withdrawn the knife and sheathed it back. The air distorted, and a sharp light passed by. This slash is invisible and colorless, invisible to the naked eye. Garp's observation hockey, of course, noticed it, and he leaped forward, throwing his fist at the blow. However, how could the seriously wounded Garp be a match for Keyenes? The slash smashed his iron fist, smashed into his neck, and then came out through his body. Garp's body fell weakly, and his head broke free from the restraint of his neck, splitting in two. Because the slash was so fast and sharp, Garp didn't feel any pain before he died. Before you know it, people are already dead. Life is so fragile. Keyenes retracted the blade, looked at the headless corpse beneath his feet, and shook his head slightly. Farewell. Afterwards, Keyenes looked at the other Marines under his feet and said indifferently, "Are there any people who are still stubbornly resisting? If there is, stand up." Seeing that Garp was killed, many of the stubborn Marines were terrified, put down their weapons one after another, and knelt down to surrender. Only a handful of hawkish Marines were still holding on. Keyenes shook his head, raised his hand, and waved, giving the order, "Those who are stubbornly resisting will be killed without mercy." The voice fell, and the bloody massacre ensued. All Marine soldiers who refused to surrender were slaughtered. The corpses covered the ground, blood flowed, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the entire holy land of Mariewa. Keyenes left behind the killing puppets and Enel and others to preside over the overall situation and collect the remnants. He himself flew down from the Holy Land, Mariewa riding his blue dragon puppet. The war here is over, but the war below on the island is not over yet. The sea where the Red Port is located has been frozen by ice, and more than 2 million troops are fighting bloody battles. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar spread across the sky, shaking the wind and clouds. Everyone looked up and saw a huge blue dragon with a length of several thousand meters descending from the sky. It came to a stop as it suspended in the sky and looked down at them. Dragon! It's a dragon! This is Kaido. Impossible! Isn't Kaido dead? Some marine executives looked puzzled. Kaido died at the hands of Keyenes, as everyone knows. But at this moment, the one riding under Keyenes' feet was a blue dragon. Keyenes drove the blue dragon, flew down, opened his mouth, and let out a burst of dragon's breath. Boom! The flames roared through the battlefield, instantly burning thousands of people to ashes, leaving no bones behind. Then, Keyenes' sharp voice resounded over the battlefield. The world government has collapsed. Marshal Kong, Vice Admiral Garp, and the 5 elders have all been killed. Those who lay down their weapons and surrender on their knees will be spared death. Those who stubbornly resist will be killed without mercy. Hearing Keyenes' declaration, 200,000 Marine soldiers couldn't believe it, and there was a lot of discussion. Some yelled, some cried. Keyenes watched from the sidelines. The blue dragon under his feet erupted again. Stop! A purple halo shot up into the sky, hit the dragon's breath, held it forcibly, and finally recoiled at Keyenes. It was Admiral Fujitora who did it. Keyenes grabbed with a big hand, swallowed the dragon's breath with a black hole, and then locked his eyes on Admiral Fujitora. Boom! It was just a swipe of his eyes, and the endless gravity was already pressing on Fujitora's body. Thinking of this, Fujitora, who himself is a gravity fruit person, he did not expect to be attacked by gravity one day. Just when Fujitora was about to fight back, gravity turned into suction force, pulling him directly into the sky. Before Fujitora could react, he was already in Keyenes' hands. Boom! Keyenes punched Fujitora in the chest, and the power flowed through his chest. Fujitora's internal organs were all seriously injured at this moment. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fujitora fell from the sky, smashing a hole in the ice. Whoa! 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 Then, huge icicles flew out of nowhere and hit Fujitora's limbs at lightning speed, pinning them to the ice. Suffering a heavy blow, Fujitora let out an angry howl, spat out a mouthful of blood again, and fell into a coma. In this way, the Admiral-level Fujitora was easily killed by Keyenes. Smile, sir. Your Excellency. Fujitora's subordinates saw that Fujitora was injured and stepped forward to save him. But they saw a pillar of fire falling from the sky, directly engulfing them. The ice surface was melted, and the figure was directly turned into fly ash and scattered with the wind. Overwhelmed by Keyenes, the 1 million Union army surrendered first, followed by most of the Marines. From the beginning to the end, only the few Hawk Marines are the ones who wants to fight bloody battle to the end. Of course, Keyenes wouldn't show mercy to this kind of people who would rather die than surrender. He calmly ordered the pirates under him to destroy them all. The screams, roars, and cries resounded endlessly. Mariewa and Red Harbor, Iceland. Mass killings broke out on the 2 battlefields at the same time. The massacre continued, but because of the large number of people, it's impossible to end in a few hours. Keyenes ordered Bullet to take care of the aftermath and rode back to the Holy Land, Mariewa, on the dragon puppet. However, Keyenes did not go to the previous battlefield, but flew towards the left half of Mariewa. Soon, Keyenes came to a corner of the Red Earth continent. There are no buildings or people here, but Keyenes' observation hockey can sense the strange atmosphere underground. At the outbreak of the war, none of the celestial dragons were seen in Mariewa, and they were apparently removed early. Now, what Keyenes found should be the safe house of celestial dragons. Pin. Keyenes drew his knife and slashed, and the knife slash shot out, directly slicing the rock wall of the ground. Then, a cave appeared in Keyenes' eyes. As Keyenes retracted the knife, he pointed his palm at the cave and grabbed hard in the air. The powerful black hole gravitational explosion directly lifted the top layer of the rock wall, revealing the palace below. Countless celestial dragons hide in the palace, screaming and roaring. Untouchables, damn untouchables. Kill him, kill this lowly pariah. Celestial dragons immediately roared and ordered their guards to kill Keyenes. At this point, they are still arrogant and domineering, and they don't even realize that death has come knocking at their doorstep. In other words, even if these idiots face death, they will not have any fear. Because in their subconscious minds, there is no concept of fear, this feeling. A bunch of hopeless idiots. With an expressionless face, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed all the celestial dragons into the sky. There are more than 30,000 people. If you want to completely destroy the world government, this group of so-called world nobles must of course be completely solved. With over 30,000 celestial dragons in hand, Keyenes returned to the holy land of Mariewa. Enel, Shiryu of the Rain, and others have already prepared their cages. After Keyenes dropped the celestial dragons, they were all locked up in cages. The surrounding pirates roared and screamed, with fierce light in their eyes. All are excited. Celestial dragons, as world nobles, are extremely noble. None of them could have imagined that one day they would be able to stomp celestial dragons under their feet. Some pirates even killed a few while catching celestial dragons, especially the Golden Emperor and King, the mortal enemies of celestial dragons. They're more cruel and happy to kill celestial dragons. Okay, don't kill them all. Can't stop them aloud. These celestial dragons are to be kept for public execution. Holy Land Mariewa, in ruins. In the open square, there are more than 30,000 celestial dragons kneeling in line, surrounded by a group of ferocious pirates, holding swords and grinning. There are countless video phone worms around, spreading the picture here to the world. At this moment, the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and the Four Seas can all receive the live telecast of Mariewa. Ruined shrines, dilapidated plazas, and tens of thousands kneeling and wailing. Celestial dragons. All of these things tell the world that the world government has been defeated. As the image changed, the focus was locked on John Keyenes, who was high up. Keyenes turned to the camera and said indifferently, "I am John Keyenes, the king of the Carlo Empire. Today I declare in front of the whole world, the old world government has been defeated, and from today, I am the new master of this world. All the kings of the world from now on come to Mariewa immediately to declare their surrender. Anyone who disobeys and does not arrive within a month will be labeled as sinners. I will send a large army to completely destroy his country. As a gift to the beginning of a new era, I publicly execute the celestial dragons in Mariewa. Pass my order, the execution begins." The voice fell, and the video phone worm looked at the execution square. People all over the world saw through the screen tens of thousands of pirates armed with thousands of swords, standing behind celestial dragons. Many celestial dragons are still yelling, threatening, or calling Marine. However, all they did was in vain. With an order from Keyenes, the doomsday knives came down on them immediately. Poof, 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 poof. One by one, the heads were cut off, and blood immediately flowed to the ground, staining the ground red. Tens of thousands of pirates worked together and cut off the heads of more than 30,000 celestial dragons at the same time. Pairs of unwilling eyes fell into darkness, symbolizing the complete destruction of the world's nobility. The people all over the world watching the execution fell silent at first, then fell into endless roars and cheers. Celestial dragons have done too many evil things, and the hatred of people all over the world for celestial dragons is still higher than that of pirates. Now that the celestial dragons are out in public and slaughtered, they are naturally cheering. Countless people were shouting Keyenes' name, and the excitement couldn't be quelled. At the same time, all the kings in the world are in confusion and fear at this moment. World government has fallen, and John Keyenes is the new king of the world. And this world government has given an order that all kings should surrender to him. As kings, they certainly didn't want to be submissive. However, Keyenes' great fighting power and force made them powerless to resist. For a time, kings from all over the world went out to sea and rushed towards the holy land of Mariewa. Keyenes' words were so threatening that they have to go there even if they don't want to. Ding! It was detected that host defeated the world government and became the new king of the world. Do you want to receive the reward? Kane sat alone on the void throne in the center of Mariewa, and the electronic sound of the system sounded in his mind. Receive. Heh. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of becoming the king of the world and getting the reward. Omnipotent and the world travel wormhole ability. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. At the end of the electronic sound, a huge surge of energy poured into Keyenes, transforming his body. After the makeover, Keyenes felt like he had a new power. He can use all the powers of the killing puppets, and any power he has ever seen. Simply put, any demon fruit power ability, Keyenes can use by just looking at it. At the same time, Keyenes also gained the ability to travel through wormholes. With this ability, Keyenes is free to travel to and from any world. Not bad. Keyenes felt his power and was satisfied with his current power. Then, Keyenes walked out of the ancient city, soared into the sky, and flew above the clouds in the sky. The blue dragon puppet appeared out of thin air, turned into a blue dragon, and flew away with Keyenes. Isle of White Earth, Baldigo. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was dead silent, and they also received news of the demise of the world government. Originally, this was the goal they had been striving for, but suddenly, this goal was accomplished by someone else. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army were upset and couldn't tell how they felt. Boss, what should we do now? Sabo looked at Dragon in the main seat and asked in a deep voice. It stands to reason that if the world government perishes, the Revolutionary Army will have no meaning to exist. Now they have lost the direction and motivation to move forward. Dragon was silent for a while, and then said calmly, "Let's hold on tight for now. Keyenes is just a tyrant after all. He doesn't know how to run the world. If they become the second world government, it's time for us to take action against him." "Yes, Chief." After the meeting, Dragon walked to the rooftop alone. With the sea breeze, his eyes looked at the boundless sea. No one knew what was on his mind, and in the end, there was only a sigh. At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Dragon immediately looked up and saw the clouds rolling in the sky, and the dark clouds swept over. There seems to be a huge monster inside. Afterwards, dragon claws stuck out of the clouds, followed by a huge and ferocious dragon head. Accompanied by a dragon roar, an endless gust of wind fell from the sky and hit the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Keyenes! Of course, Dragon knew who the man in the sky was, but he didn't expect Keyenes to come so quickly. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army also ran out of the headquarters one after another. When everyone saw the blue dragon in the sky, they were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Chief, what should we do?" Sabo asked nervously. The pressure from Keyenes was so great that they couldn't even move. Who in the world doesn't know now that Keyenes killed Marine Admiral like killing an ant without a single trick? The entire Revolutionary Army came together, and it was no match for Keyenes. Roar! Qinglong puppet lowered his head and came to the sky above the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Keyenes stood on top of Qinglong's head and said indifferently, "Dragon, surrender. If you surrender, the Revolutionary Army can still survive. Otherwise, everyone here will not be able to leave today." Facing Keyenes' words, Dragon couldn't refute it. He looked at the cadres and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army in the rear, and they were all too scared to fight again. Afterwards, Dragon sighed and said calmly, "I am willing to surrender." In this way, Keyenes subdued the Revolutionary Army. Although Keyenes and Dragon have a vendetta of killing his father, the Dragon can still come in handy at this moment. Keyenes has the strength and is not afraid of Dragon's backlash. If he wants revenge, it's not too late to kill him then. After returning to Mariewa, Keyenes received the kings of more than 300 nations and accepted their surrender. 140 allied nations and 160 non-world government allied nations. Others who were unwilling to surrender or could not reach within a month, Keyenes sent a large army to destroy them. 1 year later, above the Red Earth continent, the original ruins of Mariewa have been transformed into a splendid palace complex, which is now the capital of the Carlo Empire. Keyenes overthrew the world government, and the empire he created was the Carlo Empire. He rebuilt the palace on top of Mariewa, and now the kingdom of Carlo is more prosperous than Mariewa before. The old era is gone. A new era is beginning.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.